Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. You know, I watched some broadcasters and I'm like, it's ridiculous that they are at bigger standing than I am, making so much more money. They're terrible at their job.
Whoa.
Can you talk into the mic, please? They probably talking to the mic.
Got him!
Does Jason McIntyre talking to the microphone?
Well, we can hear him.
Jason McIntyre either. Team Matt on this one. And yes, for the record, people are probably wondering, did he really skip the Monday show because Nebraska made a Sweet 16 that John decided, I'm not doing the Grum today?
Yeah,
Is
he
that
did.
what happened?
He did.
Yeah,
He's not here.
He did.
Nick
He's not
made
here.
Nick
Not
made
here.
a Matt graphic. John's not here.
Not here.
But
I
I'm
did it for
talking about
John.
the Sweet 16.
Coward.
I'll talk about it. I was there.
You were
It
bringing-
was amazing.
You were bringing the vibes,
Dude,
man.
thank you, Matt. People are saying, good
Yeah.
job with the vibes.
I brought no vibes.
You brought zero vibes. But
I'm
you know what
not a
else
vibe
brought
guy.
zero vibes? The Big Ten tournament.
That sucked.
There were no vibes when you go one and done and lose by 20 to Purdue on a Friday.
It turns out if you're already locked in for the
look.
tournament, who cares about the Big Ten
Who
tournament?
cares about the Big Ten
Look who
tournament?
decided to show up.
It's our
Blue
guy,
Jay Bishop
John Bishop.
wearing his Blue Jay
How
gear.
unprofessional to be late for
Are there-
your own
is there-
show.
Was there? I heard some yelling and screaming. Was there some dumbassery going on in here?
There's always McDumbassery going on.
Thanks for taking the blame, Matt.
You're
Mhm.
welcome.
Mhm.
I'm the walking, talking dumbass of the station.
Wow, put
And
that
I-
on a billboard.
I love it. I love it.
Are you sure you should be wearing that hat?
Why can I not wear this hat,
No,
John?
because you're.
Hey, why? You
Because,
know what? You know
because
what?
you've not
Hey, were
identified
you
as a
born
true
in
Cub
Chicago?
fan.
Because this card gets thrown at me all the time about this state. Where it's like, man, I
He's
was
getting
born in
so
Nebraska.
defensive.
Matt McSkokey.
Matt McChicagoland.
I mean, Fremont, Skokie, it might as well be the same place.
There it
man.
is.
Got him.
And that's the 18th or 19th time you said that joke. I'm sorry.
What,
did we lose-
Fremont and Skokie?
Did
I
we
don't
lose
think
it
I've
out
ever
there?
compared the two.
I think that's the first time I've
I'm
heard
sorry
that
to
one.
all my peeps in Fremont for insulting them for comparing
I
them
walked
to Skokie.
on the Bob Carey pedestrian bridge for the first time in my life.
He's been
over
telling
there.
everybody that he's been walking
I know
all day.
I'm
This
losing
is
weight. You know
the fourth
what?
time I've heard about his
people
walks.
are making fun of me for gaining weight, and then I start to lose it. They go, "Shut your mouth! Shut your
No,
mouth!"
we're not
No one
making
wants to
fun.
care. Meh, 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 meh. I didn't invite you to
Are
your
you just
wedding.
are you just using the bridge so you can go to Iowa and bet?
Yes, I did do that.
Tay writes, and congratulations to Tay and Alex, by the way.
Yeah,
Tay writes,
congrats.
5 points bank, 3 minutes late. That's pretty funny.
Hey, that's a good one.
Shout out to
3 minutes
Tay.
is a long time.
Shout out
Well-
to Tay and Alex. Did you
Three?
see the great news? I don't want to dox anybody, so I won't say anymore. But did you
Mhm.
see the great?
It's
It's public.
fantastic
It is
news. Yeah,
public.
it's on
Instagram.
They're not. They
I-
don't. And they
Well,
don't
for
think
those
her-
of us who don't have Instagram, what are you talking
no,
about?
it's on
happened?
Twitter. It was on Twitter too.
What did they do?
What happened? I didn't see it.
Tay, can I say she's there? You can dox.
They get a puppy?
Alex and Tay, no, they created a child.
Oh,
They will be having a child later this year. I believe
Oh,
she
great.
said summer.
That's
Two
awesome.
of my favorite folks in the entire listening audience.
Congrats on the sex.
They've been, yes, congrats on the sex. They've been together for many, many years. They're engaged. They're
I like
having,
Alex.
They're having
I love Alex.
interesting. Nothing about Tay though.
Tay's
I never
awesome
met
too.
her.
Wow.
Don't try and
Tough.
put this Matt McPatriarchy on me or whatever. You
Mhm.
know,
Good job,
This
Alex.
Matt McSexy.
Send her into the kitchen.
Is this going to be the most grum-pilled baby to have ever been born?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 'cause Josh
Oh wait, there
hasn't
was
had
that
one.
one baby.
Who
Well,
was
there was that one, but
They had sex listening to the show. I think.
in this, okay.
I'm trying to remember
What?
the exact
Podcast.
story.
Wow,
Yeah.
nice.
I'm trying to remember the exact story, but it had something to
Was-
do with the show.
Because I know in this case, both Alex and Tay are pretty frequent listeners to
Oh,
Unsportsmanlike.
I thought you were going to say
Yeah.
Alex and Tay are pretty frequent triers of trying to have a baby.
Oh wow, Nick, you can't talk.
You can't talk about that.
Some
like,
people
Nick.
struggle with it. For
Do you
a
think
while.
somebody
That's
was
true.
getting it on to like
I don't know if they
the-
struggle
Nick
with it. They
Grimm
just
talking
enjoy it
about
more.
gas planets?
Nice.
Probably.
Whoa, gas planets. Someone
Yeah.
excited for Project Hail Mary tonight, Matt? Am I right? Am I right?
So excited.
Yeah, we're pretty pumped.
I know I'm driving today.
Yeah, Matt's picking me up in
You're going to
Versus
have your son
driving-
drive you to the movie
Not
theater?
driving other days.
our radio son.
I never drive. I'm never the driver.
I'm very curious to see what it's like because I rode in a car this weekend with Jack Mitchell driving. I drove in a car with Caleb Henry driving. So I feel like I got opinions on how each of those two drives. I can't wait to have some opinions about McMaster.
I bet
driving.
it's terrifying.
I have.
Ooh, interesting.
Why do you say that?
You just seem like a terrifying person
You know,
to drive
I ended
with.
up. I grew up driving on busier streets than everybody in this building right
Yeah.
now.
Skokie?
Chicago.
And people who grow up driving in places like
I
Chicago.
drove the Eisenhower Expressway and the Kennedy Freeway.
I
Yes,
was
I
on
did.
the Autobahn.
I drove the real Kennedy Freeway. You have a fraud Kennedy Freeway in Omaha.
You guys learn how to drive by going in like the backyard and a bunch of open, grass or whatever in the
That's
dirt.
not true.
I learned how to merge onto a 7-lane highway that turns into 4 lanes.
Okay, Matt,
All right. Does it make any sense? Does it make any structural, integral sense to go from 7 to 4, John Bishop?
No.
No, it doesn't.
No.
so what I'm
does
getting
not.
at is some of the worst driving I've ever seen was in Chicago. People were just driving on the end lanes, medians, whatever they needed to do.
Yeah. It's called great driving. It's called aggressive
That's
driving.
not good
It's called
driving.
shooting and scoring.
That's
right? It's
bad.
called getting to your
That's
destination.
terrifying.
The
Wouldn't know
first
anything
person
about it.
to ever pass me on the shoulder
Yeah.
was in Chicago.
Yeah.
Me too. I got passed by a semi on the shoulder. You know how
'Cause you're
scary
slow.
that is?
'Cause
No.
you're slow.
No. I had not.
Drive
no.
faster than
We
the
were in
speed
traffic.
limit. Iowa, Nick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy
Hawkeye
that
Nick.
passed me on the shoulder, it was like bumper to bumper traffic in all
Gotta
lanes.
get
in
to
this-
where you gotta go. You
That's
guys
not
are-
good
you
driving.
guys
That's
are
bad driving.
sissies. You guys are wuss.
That's terrible driving.
This guy's driving 10 miles over the speed limit. Someone should arrest that guy.
I can't wait to see.
Now hold
how
on.
you
Now,
drive.
first of all,
None of us are saying
First of all,
that.
I drive the interstate every day. I get passed all the time by people doing 20 over the
No
speed
such
limit.
thing as an illegal lane. If it's paved over, I'm driving on it. Except for a sidewalk. I wouldn't drive on sidewalk.
So are you excited
I
to
hope-
drive with Matt tonight?
I'm curious. I'm just very curious to see what happens. Look forward to it and can't wait to sit in his vehicle. I know
Oh,
what kind of
Josh,
car
it's
he
a
drives.
school zone.
Josh
I'm
will be-
going to go 50.
Josh-
Whoa, there's a lot of speed bumps
Josh
here.
is going to be mortified with all the yoggers that you're going to hit.
Oh,
What's
don't,
a
don't,
jogger?
don't kill my
His people.
Yeah.
Yoggers.
jogging. running.
Oh, sorry.
I believe it's a soft J.
Bad-
Someone
bad-
hasn't seen
Yogging.
Anchorman.
I
You
believe
haven't
it's
seen
pronounced
Anchorman?
yogging.
It's pronounced jogging. Is
Yeah.
it jogging or
I
yogging?
saw
Yogging.
Anchorman.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Might be a soft
That
J.
line is so funny.
It is a good line.
That's a very funny.
I thought it
line.
was just a dumb Grum reference I didn't understand.
You never saw
Dumb
Anchorman?
Grum
I
reference.
have. I've seen it many
How do you not?
times.
Well, then how do you not recognize that
Jogging.
line?
There's so many
Jogging.
lines in that movie.
Apparently, you
all
just
right?
run for an extended period of time. It's supposed to be wild.
Veronica and I are trying to do this new thing. It's called jogging. Or
I
maybe
mean,
it's
there's
yogging.
also a lot of lines in Star Trek, but you can pull a quote of that movie from
That's
any
true.
given
I
point.
watch that movie once a month.
You do be loving that movie.
I will not authorize the use of missiles on the Enterprise.
There it is.
Do
He
you
doesn't
accept
know-
my resignation?
But he doesn't know yogging. Interesting.
Now, is this the new fake Star Trek or?
Oh,
It's
no.
not
real
fake
Star
Star Trek.
Hey,
It's real,
If
damn
if it ain't got William Shatner in it, it's not Star Trek.
William did what? What did
William-
William do?
William Shatner.
He shat himself?
William Shatner.
I don't even know-
Friend of the
I don't think you
program,
can-
William
I'm gonna jump
Shatner.
that.
Say that word.
I didn't
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
What?
Friend of the Grum.
What do you mean? You dumped that?
I mean,
Yes.
it's close enough. I think that Nick actually made a correct call there. I think he made a correct
I didn't know I couldn't say that.
Yeah. That's not the first time you said that on the radio.
That ought to be like a commercial bit. That used to be a thing when I was growing up. They would always say, "You make the call." Alcoa presents. You make the call, and it's like a referee, call, and you decide what it is.
Oh,
You
that's
make the call. Should this be bleeped or not?
fun.
By
That's
Nick
a
Grimm.
great idea.
It's a
That
fun
could be
idea.
a fun game.
Well, we only have a few seconds, so you need to get me your answer really
I
quick.
guess that's
We
true.
came up with a new name for Cinderella. Now that Cinderellas aren't real Cinderellas, they're like middling Power 5 teams that barely get in, that make long runs.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
about
How about you feel about Ralph's from Wreck-It Ralph?
Don't know the
because they
reference.
barely got invited to a party
don't know
and then
the
they wreck
reference.
everything.
Wreck-It Ralph is solid.
And
Good
we'll just
movie.
call him a Ralph.
Don't know the
Texas is a
reference.
Ralph.
It sounds awesome though.
Thanks, Josh.
Got you.
Yeah, I
Got you, Matt.
Brain him.
guess I got to say I
Can you
can't.
brain him?
Oh,
Can you
give me a
brain-
double bang, Nick.
Yeah, brain him.
I don't relate to Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, wow, Nick didn't give him.
Yeah,
Wow.
You didn't give me the double
It
bang?
didn't feel double
Who made
bang-worthy.
you Professor Breen? Who made
Mm.
you Judge Breen?
Well, I have
John,
the
did you
board.
see what
I
Nick,
have the com
what
check
Nick
off.
is into now? Have you seen this? Have you heard
okay.
about this?
There it is.
So we have a
Oh,
thumbnail today.
no.
So
We
first,
do.
What is
Nick's
it now?
thumbnail's triggering people because Nebraska made the Sweet 16 and it's a great.
This was a real damned if I do, damned if I don't day for thumbnails.
It really wasn't. It's a pretty easy pick. It's the Sweet 16. So he has Greg McDermott. He's retiring. We're going to talk about it obviously on the show. But look at this, made with AI. Nick, who is so anti-AI,
You made it with AI?
Nick
No.
was like, Chat GPT, Greg McDermott, please.
So what I think happened is I use
Mm.
Canva. Beautiful Canva. We love Canva.
Beautiful Canva.
It's a great website.
It's a great website. My favorite website. People are telling me Nick Grimm, great at Canva.
And they have a feature called background remover, right? That's what I use all the time.
Mhm.
I like having
Check
just
the-
the subject.
Mhm.
Never not used it once. Nick always uses background remover.
And I think that Twitter flagged the use of Canva's background remover feature as AI for some reason.
It was stinky, Elon. He marked it. I've been using it before. Those dumb
I use it all the
people
time.
on X.
That's
I
It's like-
use it all the time. People say nobody
Yeah, what do you
uses
think about this,
background
John?
remover like I do.
Yeah, I've used the background remover on things, and I've never had
Yeah,
anything.
this is the first time it's ever happened to me. This is weird. I
So
don't
did
know
you
what
add
else
the
it would've-
image description?
Yes.
Oh, so you added that.
I added
Okay.
that specifically
Interesting.
because it said
need-
made with AI, and I'm
you
like,
needed
no,
to-
no, 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 no.
You needed to describe the image of this is Greg McDermott, a
Nick,
basketball
no,
coach.
Nick was describing because he was triggered by the
Oh.
made with AI
Yeah,
thing. that
Oh.
popped
I
up.
didn't want this to happen where you guys is like, oh, Nick uses AI now.
And look what it led to anyway.
Yeah, but now I CYA'd. Covered my
Not
ass.
really. I mean, I don't think anyone believes you.
Well,
It just seems, I don't know. Of all the weird things that get flagged,
it's because
Excellent
Twitter's
call.
a bad website now, John.
Excellent call.
It
Oh,
worked, and now it doesn't.
Twitter does work. It works. pretty
John
much
can
the same.
tweet. As long as John can tweet, as long as he can put down
What-
characters and hit
what-
posts, it's
what-
working
what-
for him.
What is not working that used to work before?
The bots probably
They
more-
made
Well,
the
okay,
chat
more
worse.
prevalent.
The chat is worse. I will give you that.
Do you
The
guys
chat
know-
part is
stupid-
worse.
Have you
Stupid
guys
code.
seen
You can't
vague-
use TweetDeck anymore.
Oh God, I miss tweet
Have you
deck.
seen vague posting? You guys see this? Like people like are vague posters.
Yeah, it's when people vaguely tweet about something for engagement.
They're like,
but
this
they won't
isn't
say what it
good,
is.
or it's like, I told y'all this was coming, and it's like you don't understand the context of it.
Oh
at
well, that's
all.
always been happening. I didn't
No,
realize.
Yeah,
this-
but
it's bad.
It's
right
worse now because it's engagement farming because
And
you
now
can
it's
get paid
about
for it.
now it's about war too, and people are very paranoid about it and stuff like that.
War like baseball war.
No, like
Oh.
the
The
one
band.
that's currently happening.
What is it good for?
Uh,
I had a fantasy baseball draft yesterday, and it was
Oh my
brutal.
gosh.
how can a guy who barely identifies with a baseball team have a fantasy baseball?
excellent
draft?
question,
How
John.
dare you? How dare
Excellent
you?
question. You
How
you
dare
wouldn't
you.
catch me. You
You're
wouldn't
not
catch
even-
me playing
you're not
fantasy
even-
baseball.
You're not even from Chicago. You're barely a Cubs fan.
Oh wow.
And now this is going to turn into John being like, "Oh, you have to be somewhere to be a fan of that team." No, I'm
Well,
not
you
saying
don't.
that. I'm
you
insulting
don't.
you.
You don't. No, absolutely not. You do not.
I have a dilemma.
What's the dilemma? Is this the topic that you said you had a good one today?
Is this?
When you lead
Are-
off with it,
Are
it
are you
ruins it
guilty of using
immediately.
AI too?
No,
Oh, interesting, John.
kind of. I use AI.
Oh, you do.
I do, yeah.
All right, let's get to the topic, shall we?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Nebraska plays on Thursday
People forget.
at 6:30.
I'm going.
Yes.
This is an issue.
No, well, kind of.
Why?
What dumb crap do you have scheduled? A date?
I
Do you have a date?
I have a date scheduled.
Yeah, you got to cancel it. Nebraska's in the Sweet 16. This is
But
easy.
So
Problem solved. America saved.
We were already
This is
supposed
date
to.
number 2.
We were gonna this is
This is date number 1 rescheduled already.
Yes,
Hmm.
and I really like the score. Like I'm gonna no. Let's be real. The first couple dates, I just needed to get my feet under me. All right, the first couple dates I was going on, that was BP. Okay,
Mm.
You
I
needed
was-
to learn how to date.
I hadn't gone on dates in quite a while. That I kind of had to get it back to like talking and like being funny.
It's hard to talk to girls.
Ooh,
sometimes.
I
that's-
mean,
that's
when
probably
you
gotta be
go,
tough for you,
when
huh?
you go 7 months without having to date, you got to get. You wouldn't know. You're about to get married. You've been married for a long time.
Mhm.
He's been married twice. Like it's one
Shout
of those
out.
things where it's just like you got to get your feet under you, right?
Okay.
So these
That's
first
fair.
couple times, I had to like all right, get back into it. I really
those
So
poor
love.
women
all
aren't
these other
hearing this,
girls
though.
you've been going out with have all been they've been practice date dummies.
mean,
Yeah, what if
they've
those
been-
were like dear friends of the
Those are
drum?
real
Yeah.
people, Matt.
They're not. They don't listen.
They're like
Okay.
tackling dummies for dates.
They're not. You're.
He's saying
calling
it's
them
okay to
tackling
disparage
dummies.
women because they don't
I'm
listen.
not disparaging women.
Whoa. That's
All I'm saying is I went on a couple of dates.
Practice dates
to
as you
get
call it.
ready for this one.
Low key,
So why did you reschedule the first one?
Yeah.
there was a miscommunication of timing.
On whose part?
Ah,
Both of our parts.
Okay.
She was very vague with when she watched. She was like,
was this a vague tweet?
This was a vague text. She was
Nice
like, I was
job.
like, when are you free? She goes, in the afternoon.
Okay, that's
I-
weird.
And
That
I
is a
was-
little
Is that how Gen Z talks?
This is how I kind of like it, though. I mean,
in the afternoon.
I'm a planner.
Yeah, give me an actual time.
Matt better be
period.
here at 5:55 today when the show is
I
done. to
don't
go to
think
the
I don't
movie.
think CBS and TNT are saying, "Hey, when's the Nebraska Iowa game?" Oh, it's in the evening.
this isn't a
No, they're
basketball
gonna
game.
give you a tip time.
Should I tell her that? Hey, what's our tip time?
Oh no, that
Yeah.
might be misconstrued.
Well, that's true. If the Nebraska
Just
Athletic
the tip
Department
time.
is announcing it, it might be the wrong
That's
tip time.
definitely true, John.
Could be.
So this is already rescheduled.
Okay.
Before the Nebraska, and I don't want to reschedule again because
Sure.
then I feel like she's just gonna be like, this guy's ridiculous.
Is she,
Does she know about basketball?
Now I was trying to, so not really.
See,
and I
that's a
was-
problem because it'd be really helpful if she knew, like, look, there's a really important thing that's happening in
so
my
I
life.
texted her,
Okay.
and we were texting yesterday because she was like, "How was your week looking?" And I go, "Oh, big week. Like Nebraska's playing on Thursday against Iowa. Yeah, wink, wink.
Yeah.
Of like, hey, get the hint that we're supposed to go out
So-
on this day." She never responded to that.
Here's my thing. Instead of trying to drop vague hints, vague texting, why don't you just say,
tell-
hey,
why don't you just
Nebraska
tell
and
the
Iowa
girl?
are playing on Thursday, and for my job, I have to watch it.
So here's the problem. I scheduled the date at like 2 p.m. on Sunday, and then 4 hours later, the tip time got released.
now wait a minute. You knew
You scheduled it for Thursday already?
I didn't know. I wasn't
Yeah.
thinking. I was not
Yeah.
thinking.
He admitted.
And
Oh my God, he admitted. Okay.
Okay,
and-
but yeah, I
and
was going to say
she-
the day has been known. The time wasn't.
She
But like, no
goes-
matter if they're early or late, and they were always going to be early for the record. Like your whole night is going to be taken
Yeah.
up. You don't want to go on a date and be like, we got to get this train rolling. Nebraska plays at 8:30. You know,
I
you
don't know
can't do
what I don't because I'm afraid if I reschedule
that she's out.
that she'd just be like,
I mean, if it happens, it happens at this point.
no, it doesn't. I
Yes,
don't
it
want it
does.
to happen. I actually like this.
So let's game this out a little bit more. The date, you go on the date. You decide to go on the date. The date goes incredible. I mean, we're talking about an all-time date in any way that you want that to be. When are you even watching the game in that scenario?
I'm not gonna watch the game.
And then you have to talk about it on Friday. Nebraska wins on a buzzer beater, and you're not able to talk about it because you went on a date.
Well, you can
Do you have
watch the
YouTube
condensed
TV?
highlights.
I
Oh
could
my
watch the
gosh.
condensed.
Do you have
There you
YouTube
go.
TV?
Yeah, guys. I'm not worried about actually watching.
I'm
the
worried
game.
about the I am.
I'm going
there
to
you go.
watch.
He
the
just
game.
said he wouldn't be able to. You said you wouldn't watch.
Yeah,
the game.
then what? Then go on the date if you're going to be able to watch it regardless.
I want to be able to watch it live and experience it live.
He wants to
because
see
it's like,
John's tweets
how
on very
can I-
normal
how
Twitter.
can I relate to
and
the
Nick's
audience?
AI graphics.
This might be I have to go see About a Girl moment for me. You know, Am
Mustache
I-
M says Maddox is putting himself in for a late night one way or the other. Yeah, that's fair. Jake says this is classic, Matt.
I messed up.
Yeah,
I was not thinking.
Yeah.
I said, "What day are you
Well,
free?"
I mean, if this
she said Thursday.
Hmm.
I go, sounds great. I'll pick you up. At
now, this isn't. There's no guarantees. There are no guarantees in life.
No,
But
this could be his wife.
I mean,
dude.
this
I'm
could
I'm
be
real-
this
I'm
could
not
show
saying
this
that,
could
but,
show
like,
her
McWife guy?
this could show her just how much she is a priority to you by saying, you know what, I skipped out on watching this live sporting event for you.
Now let's game this out a little bit further. They fall in love. They get married.
Mhm.
She's always going to expect him to skip out on the big sporting events because he did on the first date.
Or I can.
You did that on the first date, but you can't miss Nebraska,
Yeah, but-
Maryland at 2:30 on a Saturday.
You're not trying anymore.
Correct.
You used
So-
to try.
John, he would try too hard on date number one. He would never be able to recover.
You've gotten
As-
too
No, I
comfortable
disagree.
It's
loving
the
me.
Sweet 16.
Guys, we have a woman who is with child in our chat.
Yeah.
And she's given us perspective.
Okay.
Tay, as a woman, I would
Mm.
really appreciate if you told me you had to do something for work and just rescheduled, but the rescheduled date has to be like 40 times cooler than the original one.
Well, I
Mm.
don't even
Well,
know
is there
what we
such
were gonna-
what
Well,
is
that's why it has to be cooler. So
Matt,
she says yes.
I mean, he was probably just going to do like dinner and drinks or something. Yeah.
Now do dinner, drinks, and I don't know, take her to
some
meet your
magic
dad.
show.
Take her to meet
so
your
now
radio
you need,
dad.
So now you need to go to
Hell no.
Oh,
He's been like, oh, I'm Josh. I like IPA. I like weird tasting beer.
Okay.
Oh, it's got a hit of cherry.
if
on
I
it.
met your future wife, I would be totally chill. I'd be like, nice to meet you.
I know. And you'd be at the wedding, and you would be at the wedding.
That's fun.
maybe not Nick. I see
Not a
what you
maybe.
did there.
Not a maybe.
Tate
Eye for
says
an
go
eye.
buy a plasma TV. That would be way cool. Hey, first date, lady, you want a TV?
A plasma TV. What is this?
No.
2009.
Good point, John.
Have you considered that maybe it
Why don't
would
you just get a black and white TV?
Is there a way to turn this date into going to a bar to watch the game, but like a cool
So-
bar with a
so
lot of things?
Great, good question, Nick. I've thought of this. I just think this would be a really bad outlook for the first time for her to see me would be rooting and cheering for the Nebraska Cornhuskers,
That's-
especially considering the fact that
you actually aren't a Huskers fan. I get it.
no, I am. I graduated from there.
Anything.
People
So did
forget.
John.
So did I. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, it matters to me. Anyway, I just don't think it would be the greatest limelight to put myself in the first time we're around each other, especially considering
That's fair.
she's not that into sports.
Yeah, Tay also says do not go on the date at a bar unless she actually likes basketball. Yeah. That would be a bad
She
call.
doesn't hate it.
But you also don't want to introduce yourself to like, here's my fandom day one. You don't want to do that.
And
Yeah,
honestly,
that
like,
that needs to wait.
Mike Schaefer wasn't taking Shelby out for a date and saying, hey, it's Vikings Packers. You want to see what I'm like?
dude,
He'd
seriously.
scare everybody. He won't even let me watch Vikings Packers.
I won't let anyone watch the Bears.
Yeah. That's okay. That's not true. I have proof of watching a Bears game with
I
you.
was
He
very-
showed his ass to the whole world.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah.
I got a big one. If you got it, you got
I got the photo.
Well,
I'll tweet it someday.
I mean,
John, what do I do? I don't trust these two ragamuffins. I'm talking to you. What do I do?
I mean, you can watch the condensed highlights or watch the game
I don't
after
really.
words.
But he wants to watch it live. That's his whole thing. He can't watch it an hour later.
Yeah, I can't. I've never done that before.
I have.
I know, but
Piece
you're
of
better
cake.
than me. I don't know
No,
what
it's
to
not
tell you.
being. It's not better. You just do it.
I don't want to.
Okay. So you don't want to go on this date. I understand.
I wouldn't want to go on the date. They've never been here. They may never go there again. I wouldn't want to miss it live, but I don't like missing sports live. I hate if it's an important game. Plus, fast forwarding on YouTube TV sometimes can be like a little glitchy. Nah.
Okay,
no thanks.
what if
I did-
what if
I just did it last
what if
night.
I
It's a piece of
text you-
cake.
What if I text you
Worked
like,
great.
is there any other day you can go? Like we could go on a date, and if not,
Are you going to explain why?
Yeah,
Or you
just make
gonna-
sure you say it's a work thing. I think she would understand it if it's for work
Okay.
because it
But
is.
then I would go back to what Tay said, and I would probably kick it up a notch in terms of whatever you had planned for Thursday.
I had
take it up.
I had
Magic
nothing
show.
planned.
Magic show for sure.
Well, whatever you
Magic
had in
show.
your head. Maybe you didn't have a plan, but you had an idea.
Take her to the circus.
I was gonna get her a martini.
Interesting.
I think
We're
there's a
gonna
Hot
get
Wheels
drinks.
monster
What if she
truck
doesn't
thing
like
happening.
martinis? What if
I
she
don't
likes?
know what
What
she
if she likes? Dirt and figs like Josh does in his beer. What if she's one of those?
Yeah.
With a hint of strawberry.
What if she shows up in flannel?
What if she like?
All right, here I'm going to search what events
She's
are
not-
going
How
on.
come there's no double dry hopped here?
Oh,
There's a Hot
By
Wheels.
the way, this is exactly what Matt's date sounds like.
Matt, there's a Hot Wheels
Listen to my
monster
hot,
truck thing on
sexy
Friday
voice.
at the Mac.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I'm looking up
God.
events on the 20.
I'm not taking her to Blue Man Group. All
Okay,
right?
here we go. No, I got some stuff.
I
for you.
like Blue Man Group.
Okay.
My date does not sound
How
like
do
that.
you know? You haven't met me yet.
That is a good
All
point.
you do is you texted me.
All right, so on visitomaha.com, 6 events happening in town on Wednesday.
Okay.
You ready for these?
Should I, what text am I sending?
No. Here, let me read off the events before you send a text, Matt. You got to listen to the events.
All right.
Okay, so Wine Wednesday is at Gather in
Wine
Omaha.
Wednesday, that's for the team that loses on Thursday.
That's
They'll be
true.
talking about their
I think
the refs.
Wine Wednesday kind of boring, Matt. What about 6, the musical at the Orpheum?
Is that the one about? Oh, that's about the wives of Henry the
Is
whatever.
this the prequel of Seven?
I don't. Nice.
The
Don't know
tic-
what this is.
the tickets?
6.
So the tickets are like $50 for that. musical. It's a good musical though.
Okay.
My mom went to it. She liked it.
Noma Cafe, and there's a picture of a guy playing a saxophone. This is North Omaha Music and Arts.
Huh, you like jazz?
Now that would be you're taking it up a notch. All right, 3 more.
B movie.
You got Omaha Mavericks versus Creighton Blue Jays
Absolutely not.
baseball. This is at
Charles Schwab Field.
Oh, it is. This says
Where?
Connie Clausen Field. What's
What-
Connie Clausen
What do you
Field?
mean? What'd you say?
Is
That's
this Omaha
softball.
or is that softball? That's softball.
That's softball.
Okay, my bad.
Oh, it's softball.
So you got softball. You go to softball.
No.
2 more. Something called Disaster at the Omaha Community Playhouse, or my favorite of the 6. Annual lecture with the Institute for Holocaust Education
That's the one.
featuring Steve Goldberg. Under.
That's the one.
There you go, Matt.
And then you could tell her all about the
Designated
fun
Hitler.
bits that we do about Mr. H.
So this radio
You
show
get to call
that-
him Mr. H.
And then you and her could have the bit where every morning
$15 for adults.
she like rolls over and says, "Oh,
Can you imagine we're there and she's like, "Why are you laughing?"
I think I might have figured it. I think I might have figured it out.
What
Yeah.
was that?
Just show her this segment.
To show her the segment. I just sent you a link to the Holocaust thing, so you can go there.
I grew
What a
up.
sentence.
Do you know that I grew up where the National Holocaust Museum is at? I've been to
I
the.
thought it was in D.C.
No, it's in Skokie.
There's a
Look it
lot
up.
of Holocaust museums.
Yes, there are.
yes, there are."
I
I'm,
don't even have
I'm
a
very when it comes to Holocaust museums. I've seen a lot of them.
I don't want to go to any of them. They make me too
They're
depressed.
so sad.
Yes, exactly. I don't want to be critical of anybody in the content game because there are a lot of people who have a lot of jobs to do.
Mm-hmm.
I would not have turned the Oklahoma City bombing museum
into content.
You did not see that from me, and you never will, because that's weird.
People were doing
Also,
Yes.
that? Oh my God.
Listen,
Lots of
I
Husker
get
fans
it.
here.
I get it.
At church, too. They're at a church.
A lot of people, when they go on Husker-related trips, all they pack are Husker clothes.
This is a great piece of advice that John's about to give.
There is nothing that looks tackier than people wearing basketball jerseys while visiting a somber memorial.
I went to the 9/11.
I'm not saying you have to necessarily go dress up like in a suit and tie.
Because I was in New York.
But there's something about wearing,
Yes.
especially a basketball jersey.
Yes.
I could understand if it was like a red Husker Adidas polo.
Correct. Because like when I went to New
But a
York
basketball jersey.
11 years ago, we went to the 9/11 museum, and it was July, right? Like I don't have a nice clothes. Maybe I had a polo. I probably had a button up, but I'm guessing it was probably just a t-shirt and shorts.
Yeah.
But it's summer. I'm not gonna.
Sure,
you can't.
Yeah.
But a jersey.
It's like wearing a tank top
It's like wearing a tank top.
to a funeral.
And then turning it into
decades old
content. Now that the individual wearing the basketball jersey didn't turn it into content, he just happened to be the poor schlep that was standing there mournfully looking over the somber chairs.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, click, click. Look at what Husker fans did today on their day off. Click, click.
Oh, here's a fun question from Mustache Adam. What depressing
Yep,
memorial
there
is
it
there
is.
in
Did you see what
Houston?
Stibbs did with it?
No, I didn't.
Good Lord.
Can you send me the link to the wine Wednesday thing?
Oh,
Really?
Oh,
Look at that.
we did it.
So how do I go about this? Do I say to her I have this wine Wednesday idea, or do
No,
I...
just be honest.
All
I
right,
have
don't
to do
yell
this
at
for
me,
work.
All right, I'm asking.
How many times do we have to tell you not to lie?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Matt, having this job is pretty cool in terms of being able to say, I got to watch the game for work.
Yeah, it's
pretty cool.
awesome.
It's pretty sweet.
It's really cool.
Also,
Use it.
I like saying it to my friends because then they just get mad. at
You
me.
actually
They shut
did-
up.
You did send me the Holocaust lecture.
I wasn't lying, Matt. Get your finest Husker jersey and head on over.
I mean, hey, look at all these 7 jerseys. Is this Frost or Crouch?
Oh my god! Oh, you make a TikTok over it. Look at all the interesting jerseys
What?
here from Husker.
Right,
fans.
yeah,
What
That's a
music would you
Holocaust
put in the
lecture.
background of that TikTok?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Is that a Tarod Petaway here?
So here would
More
be
advice from Tay, by the way, in a second.
Here
too.
would be my advice.
Okay.
If you're going to go to a place, just pack neutral clothing. If you
for sure.
if you
just for
if
one
you-
special day.
if you do plan on attending something like this.
Yes, for sure. Tay says, here we go, Matt. Here's the way to text her.
yeah.
Let her know that you have a work thing and then have an actual plan for the other day you're going to meet so she doesn't think you're a flake. So be like, hey,
Work.
something came up with work on Thursday, which that's true. I do feel like we're like getting close to lying territory.
Yeah.
It is true, though. Something did come up for work. Nebraska made the Sweet 16. And then say, but I have a great idea for this Wine Wednesday thing.
I have to do this thing for work.
Yep.
But Wine Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. I think this will be perfect.
But having a plan already in place before
Mhm.
you do this
Where is it at?
huge.
I don't know, it's in the link. I sent you the link.
Okay, jeez. Sorry,
I sent you the link. It is at Gather in Omaha, or that's where it's presented by. Oh, that's where it's at. It's at 11th and Howard. Oh, it's near where you
Oh,
live,
that's right
kind
over
of.
there.
Yeah. It's in your
Tay,
neck of the
great
woods.
advice. Thank
Good job
Tay.
by you, Tay. Wow, this crossover.
Congrats on the
Christ.
It's
baby.
all about Tay.
Yeah.
Crisis averted.
Yeah. Well, maybe. What if she responds and says, I was going there with a different guy that
Nice.
night.
Or maybe she tweets back and says, "Go Hawks."
Oh.
Or, hey, look, if this fails and I end up fumbling this, Huskers better make it to the Final Four.
Mm.
All right? Because that's what I want.
John agrees.
Go Hawks.
You're suspended.
You can't do that to me.
I can do whatever I want.
That's interesting.
I just
I
love the fact that there's going to be a remote on Thursday and it's going to be at least one Hawkeye fan in attendance.
Yeah.
You know
Is
what?
they going to get punched in the face?
I
Nah,
will be
I'll-
wearing my hat on Thursday.
I'll protect
Which
you.
hat?
My Hawkeye hat.
Nick, you know,
There might be other Hawkeye
In
fans
public
too. Remember, there's a lot of
zone
Hawkeye
gear.
fans here in Omaha.
No, I'll have a zone gear and a Hawkeye
I'm going to
hat.
email Keely and say, Keely, send an email to the office and say, if you do a remote, all zone gear.
If I end up marrying this woman, our first child will be named Price.
Wow, that's
Wow,
exciting.
you're already thinking about babies, huh?
I'm always thinking about babies.
Thanks for the drop.
Yeah, thank for the graphic.
Yeah, I just can't wait for Nick to not have enough time to put it on the board.
Well,
That
now
was
you've just
funny.
guaranteed it's going to be on the board.
I save most of these drops that we use for returns, but this will for sure be on your board, and I will put it on a whole page.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Make me a page
Mm.
on my own page. Matt's page.
Well, good luck with this. Whatever you decide to do.
Keep us updated. Hopefully, we have an update when you pick me up tonight. You might have an update literally right now.
No.
Okay.
No update.
All right. Well, we'll stay tuned for later on today.
Or you might be the awkward third wheel.
Oh, wow.
The date might have got
Josh,
pushed up
fourth.
to tonight.
Be a fourth person.
We already purchased our ticket. Sorry, hon.
Yeah, that's true. And there's no way this probably sold out.
God, I'm gonna buy. So Josh hasn't charged me for the ticket yet, but I think it's because he's gonna be like, "Oh, you buy the snacks," type deal.
No,
Oh, okay.
I wasn't even gonna say anything. We just bought it for you.
I love this. Wow, that's so nice.
Yeah, that was the game plan. Now I don't
Thanks,
know.
Dad.
Well,
You
here's-
just acknowledged
Here's
it.
the
Yeah,
thing.
you shouldn't have
I'm
said
gonna
it.
buy the popcorn, and I'm gonna show Josh my super secret
Your-
buttering and salting technique.
Oh, good Lord.
Maybe don't eat
Lord.
that popcorn. Don't eat that popcorn.
What?
He disappears for a couple minutes and then he comes back.
Back,
Guys,
nice and buttery.
this popcorn has been battered.
You
buttered.
never tasted anything like that before, right?
It's incredible how much
How much
crap
what?
you add.
Thank
to
you.
that.
Yeah. Chance
I-
writes Project Hail Mary rules. Awesome. Can't wait.
Chance
Surprise,
also says, "I
surprise,
can't believe Mr.
surprise.
Banks has a brother."
Amaze.
Yeah, by the way, Matt texted me over the weekend again and he said,
Give me a book.
Give me a
Give
book.
me a book.
I
You
gave him-
nerd.
I gave him 2 recommendations.
Nice.
And he's already started one of them and he's
I'm
enjoying
gonna go
it.
on a walk today. I'll listen to my book.
Mm.
Hey, when I can't make
Well,
fun of him. All I talk about is running for a while. So
Yeah,
Let us know what you think of Joseph Goebbels'
should I-
autobiography.
no, John, that's not what I recommended.
Should I start?
Oh, that's
You
right, it was
recommended
your
Mein
one.
Kampf.
It was-
No.
Again?
Yeah.
We just say it now that I just.
No,
started
you
saying
really
it, we just
need to
started
read
saying
it
it.
the second time.
Mein Reinskampf.
You
the
really
sequel.
don't understand it. You don't really comp with it the first go around.
You guys are monsters.
The one.
You're the one
That's
reading
why I'm
it.
going to that lecture on Thursday with my hot date.
Hopefully.
I'm gonna be like, this is a surprise. You won't believe what we're gonna
Well, we just spent the last 20 minutes dealing with your struggle, so.
say. Honestly, the audience spent the last 4 hours dealing with my struggle.
Really? That was the whole point?
4
of the show
hours,
today?
you couldn't figure out what we just did in 20 minutes?
I told you this would be a good. You guys didn't get off of it. The only segue you had was the Oklahoma thing.
Text on the 531 says, great food at Gather. There you go. You're going to have an awesome night, man. I'm looking forward to it.
I don't think it's going.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Bummer.
And Matt's going to be a single man forever.
Mm.
Well, good luck.
I'm going to say it. Happy New Year. I thought that was a fun one.
Whoa!
Happy New
We
Year.
Well,
had-
this will definitely come back to bite you at some point.
This
Yep.
is my first back-to-back Happy New Year's. We
Whoa,
had a Happy
there was one
New-
on Friday?
We had a Happy
God, Austin's hit rate is
I know.
wild.
Wednesday.
Shut up about Austin.
Wednesday.
I'm talking
It was
about
Tuesday.
back-to-back. I had a Happy New Year
I don't
today
think
with the
Wednesday was a
morning
Happy New
show.
Year,
was it?
And a Happy New Year
Well,
today
Austin
with
filled
the
in on
afternoon.
Wednesday, right?
Yeah,
I
but
was
that
there on
wasn't a
Tuesday.
Happy New Year with Austin.
No, he was talking about today.
Today.
Oh,
I had a Happy
misunderstood.
New Year with
Gotcha.
Schaefer and Happer, and now I have this one. Wow.
You're on fire.
God, I'm so good at my job.
Mm.
Go to break.
Bad at dates.
Bye, Matt. Good to
I'm
see
good
you.
at dates.
Great to see you, Matt.
Well,
I get a lot of them.
so good that you double booked.
Mm.
Crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh my goodness. This almost felt like coming off the Christmas break.
Isn't it nice when you get to do the whole 4-day weekend thing
It was
around
a-
the NCAA
It
tournament?
was a long weekend.
Happy for you guys.
What are you talking about? I've worked every day.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You were hanging out with your friends at a basketball game.
I did 14 hours of content on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and not Sunday.
That's a you problem.
I'm tired. I don't
Tired,
think,
boss.
John, I gained an extra bit of respect for you and all your travels this week. Extra bit of respect, all those travels.
Yeah, but
I'm
I wasn't
tired.
driven by either Caleb or Jack, so I'm guessing
That's
I'm
true.
guessing my travel went a little better.
That is true.
Though, then again, with the TSA situation these days, I don't know if it's.
Yeah, how early?
Have you thought about that, by the way?
Yeah,
leaving on
so
Wednesday?
We're leaving
You
Wednesday.
should be there by next year's Final Four.
So we leave.
Or Sweet 16.
We
or
fly
whatever.
out at 6 a.m. How early do Schaefer and I need to arrive at the airport?
I don't know.
4.
That's a great
Honestly,
question.
maybe 4.
That's a huge bummer. Wow.
Because then,
That's
worst
gonna
case
suck.
scenario, you're just there a little early and you hang out for a little bit.
I'd rather be early than late. I'd
Yeah.
rather be early than late.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going down to Houston.
You're never early or late. You arrive precisely when you mean
Unless you have a flight at 6 and you have to get there.
to. Gandalf never had to deal with a flight, did he?
No. Well, except when he was on that
Eagle.
Yeah. J-Man says 4
Yeah.
a.m. is when TSA opens. Okay.
Well, that's good to know.
I think we'll probably be parking at 4.
So what if you
I'll
go to
talk
the
to
airport?
Schaefer.
Can you go to the airport before TSA opens?
Yeah, you can get in a parking lot. You could walk into the airport. You just couldn't go into the. They
Oh.
probably have like the gate blocked off. Let's see. Mustache Adam. It took my in-laws 30 minutes to get through security on a Wednesday morning a couple weeks ago. Lots of business travel then. I would imagine.
I assume he's talking about Omaha Epley.
Yeah. Do we think Husker fans are leaving on Thursday or on Wednesday? Probably more on Wednesday, right? You think it's going to be the busier day on Wednesday? Carol says you can't get to the terminal until 4 a.m.
Yeah. I would think so.
Probably Wednesday. They want to be there the night.
I would think so.
There are early flights on Thursday, so you could do the Thursday if that's what you want to do. All right. Well, Schaefer and I will figure it out. Riss was like, "You guys should stay at a hotel close to the airport." I was like, "That's wild. I don't want to spend money on
Or just sleep in the cell phone lot.
or just sleep in the cell phone lot."
Get in Schaefer's minivan and sleep in the cell phone lot.
You
Jake
guys
says,
keep
"Are you
each other warm.
checking a bag?" Yes, we are checking a bag because we'll have to be bringing equipment down.
Check
So-
your bag.
Behind
please.
the checking the bag.
Exactly. So we will be checking a bag, at least one bag. We'll be
Well.
fine. I'm looking forward to it. These are the weeks you live for as a radio person, as a content creator. What tragedies have been in Houston? Can't wait to go check those out and take some photos.
Ooh.
Has Houston ever had a tragedy?
Well, the Oilers left.
The Oilers did leave. That was a tragedy. And now the Titans. Were you here the day that we talked about the Titans changing their color schemes and logos to look very Oilers?
Yeah, I wasn't here
think it
for
was
that, but
Austin,
that
right?
is stolen valor. I know.
I hate it.
I know technically it's still they own all the
Garbage.
trademarks and stuff. That is stolen valor.
Garbage.
See, tragedies.
Let's see. I got some. The Great Galveston Storm killed 6,000 to 8,000 people in 1900. There's a whole Wikipedia page about it.
So you're going to see a lot of Husker fans wearing basketball jerseys traveling down to Galveston.
Oh, Josh, there you
Tate
go.
says
There's
Hurricane Harvey. Yeah, I mean,
there's like 7 murders that have happened.
Interesting.
The last one was June 20th, 2001.
The last murder in Houston was in 21. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Actually, congrats,
safest city in
Houston. Good
America.
job.
Kudos to the Houston Police
Yeah,
Department.
I can't wait to get down there.
Oh, don't forget the Astros bang the trash can
Oh!
slowly.
Good call.
Also,
that was a tragedy.
this happened in 21. Remember the Astro World Festival crowd crush?
No.
It was Travis Scott doing his Astro World tour. He's a rapper, John. And
John knows
I don't remember exactly what happened, if some part of the stage came down or what, but a lot of people got trampled and hurt.
Ouch.
Maybe dead. I don't know.
Maybe dead.
Oh, it killed at least
Jeez.
8 people. That's maybe dead.
Very much so.
The weird inflection in your voice reading that, it just made me a little
Maybe
uncomfortable.
dead.
Maybe dead.
People say I'm pro murder. Not, by the way. But then Nick is like, and then they died.
Here's an idea.
Yeah.
You can go visit the Gulf of America.
Oh, wow. The Gulf of America. Yeah. Hot Danger says the meteor struck the Gulf of Mexico and killed billions of dinosaurs. Where is
Sure. When the meteor strikes it, we call it Gulf of Mexico. But when it's normal, we call it Gulf of America.
I thought the meteor hit farther south, not in the Gulf, but farther south,
I honestly don't know.
just off the coast. Of
I liked
Mexico.
dinosaurs as a kid, but then I just kind of,
You never stop liking dinosaurs.
but then I became an adult.
There's a little part of you
I've
that
never
still
been
likes
into
dinosaurs.
You didn't like Jurassic Park?
No. I like Jurassic Park. It was a good movie. I was just, as a kid, I wasn't obsessed with dinosaurs.
That's true. I was a kid during the Jurassic Park era of movies.
Oh,
and so
yeah,
it was the
that
perfect
brought it
time.
back.
Oh, my gosh.
I
It was
love-
nuts.
When I was growing up,
Early 90s.
I had a different cake every year growing up, and it alternated between NASCAR or dinosaurs.
One of the best end of school year moments that I can remember is when I finished second grade living in Fremont. We hadn't moved to Omaha just yet. And we went and saw Lost World, Jurassic Park, the second one. Like the day school got out, my dad then took us to the movies. Like, man, nothing better than being done for months. And then you get to see a movie with your pops. Good times. About dinosaurs with Vince Vaughn.
Murdering people.
I loved that movie.
Vince Vaughn was in there?
He was
Yeah,
in the second one.
I never, you know what? I never saw the
I loved it
others.
as a kid. And then I watched it as an adult and I was like, wow, that movie kind of sucks. It's
think-
not anywhere near as good as the first one.
Yeah. I like the third one more than the second one.
That is wild.
I think, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
That is a wild take.
Hmm.
That is a wild take.
Well, here we go. The Grumdown.
Hello.
Let's get to it. Stibbs.
Mac makes it official. This is it.
Mm.
The Huskers make their first Sweet 16.
Mm.
Oh, and look who's coming over for Busch Lights.
Everybody.
We will be engaged in ticket broker watch. Oh, crap. I just remembered. I was going to do something.
There's a bit.
No,
John
it's
was
not a
doing
bit.
an interview earlier.
It is not a bit.
He's been distracted.
It is not a bit. It is not a bit. I'm looking out for you, the people. But I just realized I was going to add something. Interesting. All right. Well, we'll do that in a little bit.
Mhm.
Back to the Grumdown. Has NIL in the portal ruined the tournament? That was a big talking point over the weekend. How there's no upsets anymore. It's ruined the tournament.
Yeah. Those people suck.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
It's a Michael Severe Spring Game Week Monday. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten about the spring game?
John,
You're going to be out of town, aren't you?
You've managed to do it again. You have done this yourself.
Incredible.
I
How does
can't
this keep?
believe
What is that?
you.
4 years in a
You
row?
were finally going to be here for a spring game and no excuses to miss it. And now you're gone.
So last year I was in Boston.
Yeah.
The year before that I was in Eugene.
Yeah.
The year before that I was
somewhere.
I was at my brother's wedding in Pittsburgh.
It has. It's
Yeah.
been 4 years in a
And
row.
then 2022, I don't think I missed that one. I think I was here 2022.
Unreal.
That is
Convenience.
awesome. I keep the streak going.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's the spring game,
Dude,
Josh.
I have a topic that I'm ruminating on that we will get to
Okay.
eventually
All right.
about, probably not today and maybe not even this week, but about, people are just going to yell at me. So we can save it for a little bit.
69% returning production.
69.
Nice.
And forget the Final Four. What about the CWSs?
Oh, wow. Look at this. Is this the greatest time to be a sports fan in Nebraska history? Did you see that, John, on the broadcast the other night? They were saying, maybe it was Kent. He said, this is for all Nebraskans. And I thought of you. And I thought, this is awesome.
This one's for John.
This one's for John.
It
Nebraskans, John. They
Fremont
represent us.
John.
Hardworking. No?
Going to
It doesn't-
memorials.
Going to memorials.
I have been to that memorial was not dressed in team gear.
How depressing was that?
Very depressing.
Yeah, that's rough.
I wonder if maybe going through the 6th floor museum there in Dallas would have been a little more lighthearted if I'd have walked through there with my Cubs jersey on.
Great question. I've heard that memorial is also real. See, it's not a memorial. They call it a museum.
It's a museum.
I've heard it's awesome.
It's a great museum.
Which is wild.
And
that place where they killed Kennedy is sweet. Great angles.
Do they have something on the road signifying this is where he got shot?
I have a photo of it somewhere on my phone. I'll show it to you during the break.
Is that the memorial?
This is a tremendous dumb debates question. What is the memorial?
Save it.
Where Oswald was or where JFK?
Yeah, why are we memorializing the murderer?
Good question.
Allegedly.
Nick. Oh, good question, Nick.
All of those things and more coming up today on the program.
Okay.
Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline is 402-951-1620. The Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Let's go.
At USC 1620.
Great new friends of the Grum.
Love their hats.
Love your hats.
We have hats?
Yeah, well, you remember
the Liquid Trucking hats.
Oh,
John.
the Liquid Truck. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
They're great
I was
hats.
wearing my Liquid Trucking hat while I was working in the yard.
Ooh.
Got a lot of yard work done this week.
It was very toasty, I hear.
Oh, my goodness. It
It's
was
also toasty where I was, too.
Well, yeah, I could tell. That's why people showed up to the Oklahoma City Memorial in their tank tops.
They did indeed.
I was in a wedding on Saturday, and it was way too hot.
Yeah, for a March wedding.
I mean, it was very warm. It was, dare I say, it was a dry heat.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it was just a little warmish.
Mm.
Also, the Old Man Doug Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring.
Awesome.
So there we go. We'll all be discussing the events of the weekend.
A lot of stuff.
And the day. Been a busy last 48-ish hours.
Congrats to that one random burner account that I saw on Thursday that had this to the point where I texted it to somebody that I know that covers Creighton. I said, "Is this your burner account?" They said, "No, it's not." But they ended up being right.
They were right.
Mm-hmm.
They were indeed right. You could also be right by enjoying the greatness of the Tournament of Great Significance with some Underdog Fantasy. The Underdog app, you can download it right here in Nebraska. You can play along by picking your favorite teams, your favorite players, or maybe least favorite teams, least favorite players, and pick whether they go higher or lower in points, like stats like points, rebounds, assists, and a whole lot more. There's a lot of different options. Plus, there's different daily profit boosters as well.
Yep.
So you can make these next 2 weekends of the Tournament of Great Significance even more enjoyable and win some cash.
John, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash
by downloading the Underdog app. And did we mention you can play it right here in Nebraska?
You can play it in Nebraska. Use our promo code 1620thezone. You can score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. We are, just 3 days away from more hoops resuming. So download that app today. Put in that promo code 1620thezone. And again, when you play your first $5, you get $50 in bonus entries. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit 1-800 or call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
It's time to fall in love with your backyard once again. The beautiful, crisp weather, the warming days. There's no better time to fall in love with your backyard all over again. And Home Innovation Spas is here for you. A swim spa keeps you moving year-round with a low-impact exercise and soothing hydrotherapy. No gym required. Or add a cold plunge to your routine for muscle recovery, increased energy, and total body wellness. Fall in love with your backyard again online at spasonline.com.
Welcome back. Got a busy week. Did you hear? Josh is going with Shafe to Houston for the regional round, second weekend of the NCAA tournament. So they'll have a lot of stuff for us, extra stuff.
Oh, yeah.
In addition to their regular stuff.
What the hell are regionals?
What the hell are regionals?
And Nick and I get to go to Oscars.
What for?
By ourselves.
Yeah.
We don't have to deal with the rest of the Zone staff. It's just us.
What are you?
Me
just
and
us
John.
kids.
What are you going to be there for? And what day are you talking about?
Well, Thursday.
You're going there
Yeah.
for the Nebraska game?
Well,
Well,
we're
we're
going to
going
preview
there.
Iowa,
Come
right?
watch
We're
the
gonna-
Nebraska game with John. Is that like a prize?
Well, no.
Throw eggs at John?
It's come watch the game at Oscars.
Oh, with John?
No, just with everyone that's in the bar.
Oh,
But we'll be there ahead of time to do the show.
To get you ready.
that's tight.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Nick will sing Iowa fight song the whole time.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah. But got a lot for you this week here on the stations of the Zone.
It's
So-
like a content buffet.
It is like a content buffet. And should any tragedies befall us, we will not take pictures of people wearing inappropriate stuff at said tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
It's important.
So, what was it like?
It was the best atmosphere that I have ever seen at a sporting event in my entire life, or at sporting events in my entire life. I was thinking about it because I've been to some.
It's better than the blackout?
Bet I wasn't. Remember?
Oh, that's
I
right.
was-
You weren't at the
I
blackout.
wasn't allowed.
Oh,
to,
that's right. You weren't allowed
Wait,
to
you
go to
weren't-
the blackout.
You weren't allowed.
I
Why?
wasn't allowed.
What
Be-
happened?
You know
There's-
why? Because he was live
No, it
streaming
wasn't
during
that.
the blackout.
You're allowed to do that there.
Oh.
They're doing a chant. It's fine.
The biggest game that I've ever been to, biggest game period, was the Elite Eight between Kansas and Duke. I saw a team cut down the nets. I saw a team thus punch their ticket to the Final Four, and I had incredible seats. I believe I was in second row, press row. I will never have seats as good as that. Well, that's what I thought until now. Maybe I'm like, could I go to the Final Four next week? The atmosphere, though, is unlike anything that I have ever seen. And it's a long story, and I won't get into it on the radio. I can tell you during one of the commercials.
Have 4 hours.
No, but I ended up sitting in row like 20 for the first half, only the first half of the game on Saturday against Vandy. And being down there for that was, it's hard to like describe how loud it was. And I had to talk, right? So I was not screaming like every possession, every defensive possession at least. I wasn't doing that because I did not want to lose my voice, because Schaefer lost his voice. Jack lost his voice. These guys lost their voices over the course of the days. The noise that arena emitted, and Schaefer talked about it a lot on his show this morning with Happer. It's built in a way to keep sound in and to trap the sound and to have it bounce right back down. You're outside
wild.
that arena. It's way smaller than you would ever expect an NBA arena to be in terms of height. It doesn't look big. And so you get in there, and part of that is it goes down a little bit, when you to get down to the court level, you have to go down like 2 massive flights of stairs.
Kind of like Carver,
Oh yeah, kind of like Carver, and
Home of.
the Iowa Hawkeyes.
who's losing this week. And so, John, it was ridiculous, and I was trying to figure out exactly what it is about road crowds, but I think you know what it is. Like if you're spending that extra money to go to an event, whether it's football or basketball or whatever, like you're in like a little bit harder. Not to say like you're a better fan, but like there's just something about traveling to games. And I always notice it when I go to a road game for football. And this is the first time I'd ever been to like a true event like this for one of the local teams. It's so loud. It was louder than PBA, and the place wasn't even entirely full. There was a lot of empty seats at the top. Vandy fans could have got in on.
And a lot of those were probably tickets that were bought for or purchased for folks that maybe were going just to the second game or whatever.
Yeah.
Because, rarely do you see the entire building full unless it's like the Elite 8 Sweet 16 round, just because you've got 4 different teams in there for the day session, 4 different teams during the night session.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. That's more technical than anything else.
And so that it was loud. It was incredible. I've seen very few crowds that were anything like approaching the one that I saw. And I haven't been to very many big Nebraska games. I wasn't at No Sit Sunday. The first big home game that I think I was probably at was when they beat Creighton for the first time in the Tim Miles, or no, Yeah, first time of the Tim Miles era, his last year, oddly enough, right? That was like a loud and rowdy crowd. It was something else entirely, though. And then to get, the dream comeback ending with it probably wasn't a dream ending in that it came down to a final shot that was this close to going in.
Mhm.
But to see that, and by that point, I was back upstairs sitting next to Caleb Henry of Husker Max. It was, the intensity. It was just, it felt hot in there. It was hot outside. It felt hot in there, just because I think everybody was on edge. I kept taking my phone out to take pictures, and my camera, my phone would say, like, you need to wipe off your camera. It's like, because I'm just sweaty and
You're
it's just
too
like,
moist.
It was, man. It was hot in there, and everybody was on edge. And because Nebraska basketball had never played in a bigger game until that, and then they'll play in a bigger game on Thursday.
Where would you rank that as far as live sporting events that you've been to?
The Elite Eight Kansas Duke game is hard to top because it was for a ticket to the Final Four.
Right.
And
And
it
you're
was
talking about two
Blue Bloods.
Sure.
the
And
bluest of blue bloods.
And I had incredible seats. This one, though, to like, Nebraska is like in a way dominating, but they're not up by many points. As I watched the first half with Stibbs, because I was sitting next to him, I kept saying, like, they're only up by whatever, 5, 6, 7 points. And they should be more, but they had a lot of turnovers, a lot of bad passes. It was obvious that the ball pressure from Vandy was getting to them. And then in the second half, like, I just knew Nebraska, John, I remember looking up at the scoreboard, and Nebraska was at 60-something% from the field and 60% from three. And it's like, that is not going to happen the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
And you knew Vandy was going to get hot. We talked about that in the lead up to the game. They're going to keep shooting those threes, and eventually they're going to start falling. And so they do. And so for them to take the lead, and it got to a point, Nick, where Nebraska had to score on every possession or they were going to lose. Or at least if they didn't score, they needed to stop. And there's that 100-second stretch from 1:42 to 2 seconds that is consecutive basketball with no stops, where it is score on a tip-in, Vandy scores, score on a tip-in, stop, and then the Frager layup.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Well, and that's the type of stuff you dream of, and I'm not talking about team specific, but you dream of as a basketball fan, was you got nonstop flow.
Yes.
Right? There wasn't this timeout, free throws,
Correct.
foul, something to, cause a stoppage of play. It was just go, 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 go. It was kind of like watching a pickup game, right? Where no one's calling any fouls and you're just going. And it made for, some really entertaining watch, whether you had a dog in the hunt or not. It made for a very entertaining watch. So it's completely understandable. I was pondering this because obviously 2 stories came out of the weekend. One is the obvious story, and that is, they won a tournament game and they made a Sweet 16. The other was the invasion of all the Nebraska fans down there, which is not a surprise. We knew it was coming. But I was thinking about why it happens. And there's a lot of things that go into it, right? Nebraska's not unique in the sense that you have fan bases that are motivated to go and travel in mass. We've seen it here in Omaha, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Arkansas make the College World Series final, it's like an invasion. I think there's an element of more, they have to be rural states or rural-ish states. And certainly with a place like Nebraska, it's the only major public institution in the state. But tell me what you think of this analogy. I think a lot of fan bases have an Army mindset. In the Army, you fight when you have to fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this goes back to when there was a draft, but you got drafted into the Army and they prepared you, but you only fought when you had to. Nebraska's fan base has a militia mindset.
And by that, you mean?
A militia looks for a fight. And I'm not saying that Nebraska fans are going to.
They look for a reason to do something.
They look for a reason to mobilize and go on the offensive.
And that's what they did.
And that's why you see the takeover of certain facilities. We went to the Colorado game a few years ago. Obviously, the Notre Dame game's a famous one.
Yeah.
Historically, when they would go to Iowa State, Kansas State, all these different places. The volleyball takeover down in, Tampa St. Pete a couple years ago for the Final Four. I think Nebraska's fan base has a militia mindset in that they believe that they can impact the game, and
they want to impact the game.
And they want to impact the game, and they want to show up and overwhelm.
I think that's spot on. I also
they want to show up and they want to overwhelm. Because and yes, is there an attitude or I don't want to call it an inferiority complex, because that's not what it is. But there is a sense of, in bigger cities or bigger states, yes, there's more things to do. So people don't, I'm not saying that there's not Ohio State fans that identify as Ohio State. They absolutely do. And Ohio State fans, they can show up in mass as well. But I think there's something different here, because it has always been the biggest show. I'm saying Nebraska, Huskers, biggest show in the state. And now there's a reputation to live up to. And there is this attitude and this mindset that we must go on the offensive. We must show up. We must be there. We have to be there for our team.
Yeah, a couple comments along those lines.
And I think the militia mindset is kind of where the Nebraska fan base has been and is historically.
Two things. So Amazing Daniel says Nebraska sports fans love an event too. That's obviously true. And that goes beyond just Nebraska fans, but Nebraskans. But I think Mustache Adam hits on what I wanted to say next. He says, this was a confluence of events. Best team ever, close location, dare I say desperation to finally break through. This will be talked about by Nebraska ball fans forever. I don't know how many people I heard from, especially Saturday, who said, I saw what you guys were doing. I saw the videos. I saw the photos. I saw the atmosphere, and I didn't want to miss out on this. A lot of people went down on Thursday because they thought Thursday, they were 13.5-point favorites, right? They're going to get the victory. Barring a really weird game, they're going to get the victory. After that, then a lot of people, including Stibbs. So Stibbs came down on Friday. He decided, I don't want to miss out on this. I want to be there for it. And he left on Friday, and he came down. And I met a listener on Saturday night, and he said, you guys did such a great job of basically taking the event to me that I didn't want to then miss out on the event. And so a farmer from probably listening now on 97.7 The Zone. And
Hello,
he goes,
Central Nebraska.
I'm coming down. And he drove down and he was like, don't have a ticket. I'm going to find a ticket. Heard from him on Sunday. Sure enough, he found a ticket. And so I think that you are absolutely right in that. Pesky Blues, who is not a Nebraska fan, but he says whether it's CU fans making the trip to St. Louis during the Valley days, the NU fans at every away football game, UNO fans packing the Baxter for hockey, the state deserves the credit it's getting. It really is. Like Nebraska gets the most credit because they have the biggest fan base in the state. But Nebraskans, there is something where it's a handshake across all rooting lines. We do this, and you can say it's because we have nothing better to do. I would say it's because we love our teams. And again, it's not to say you don't love your team as much, but I will say this, like Vandy, you're not that much further away. This wasn't Oklahoma City. This wasn't Des Moines. This was I made that drive with John or with Jack. It's a 6.5 hour drive. It's going to take up a quarter of your day.
Right.
Now, that's not that big of a deal to me. And we were trying to figure out, why is this time so much of a struggle for us in the Midwest? 6 hours ain't no thing. I'll drive to Chicago. It's not a big deal.
Well, it is a very easy drive.
But on the East Coast, it's like 2 hours. Nah, I'm not going to.
We were talking about this last week. It is a very easy drive. That said, and listen, people get into the measuring contests all the time. Oh, we're better fans than you. We're better fans than you. It's not even so much about being better fans. It's just a culture. It's just a mindset. I'm sure there are great Vanderbilt fans, but there's not as many of them. It's a private school in Nashville, Tennessee.
Sure.
Right? It's just not as big. Now, Tennessee's kind of got the same attitude as Nebraska does. We see it all the time. People making comparisons to, And I know we've done it because, Tennessee and Nebraska football used to be powerful. Then they fell in our time, blah, blah, blah. But there is a similarity in the mindset of Nebraskans and Tennesseans as well. Big Orange likes to show up big at events because it's been embedded in the culture for decades. This is not a recent phenomenon. I mean, it's been happening longer than I've been around. It goes back to the stories of, fans migrating when you had to go on train to go to the Rose Bowl in 1941. It's just, and I think, was it Mustache Adam? It was the perfect confluence of events. Chance to watch history.
Not that far away.
Easy drive, all things considered. Affordable, I would guess, for the most part.
Yeah, and I honestly too, I think the Thursday Friday thing was, or Thursday Saturday was so clutch.
Thursday Saturday made it easy. You win
Thursday,
too.
and it happens early enough, and you're like, screw it, I'll go down on a Friday, watch the game on Saturday, and go home on a Sunday. Like it ended up being pretty much perfect for anybody who wanted to do that. Yeah, it was. I mean, I thought this, and I don't really know if I vocalized it last week. I had it written down on my prep sheet every day leading up to, I guess I only did a few shows, but like, are we about to enter into this period with a game or two that we start talking about like some of the good old day crowds? I think I asked Mitch Sherman about it last Monday, and that's exactly what it was. I didn't go to 2000 Notre Dame. That has been the gold standard for the longest time, right? And rightfully so. The College World Series takeover is different because it's Omaha.
Sure.
But those are
those
are legendary. Was it you who mentioned the Colorado game? I mean, that one, they lost, so it kind of takes away the shine. But if they would have won that game, that one would be put on the pedestal.
Sure.
This is put this on the pedestal. Put this on the mantle of your finest hours. Because it was nuts. It was so fun.
Here is Jesse. Hi, Jesse. Thanks for waiting. You're on the Prairie Flyer Casino Zone hotline, 1620 The Zone.
Hey, guys. Just commenting real quick on something Josh said, and you guys sort of glossed over it, but my least favorite guy in the world right now, probably in sports, is there's nothing else to do in Nebraska guy. And I mean, I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, and it sucks because, it's only Nebraska people listening, but like, it annoys me. And my fire back is always, okay, you can cite Nebraska's sellout streak in football, the volleyball team. Then you got Creighton's attendance in basketball, Nebraska's attendance in basketball, and even UNO's attendance in hockey. Then you start throwing out, like, every time there's a big concert, it sells out quick. You get those same comments online. And it's like, if you're going down the line of tens, if not dozens of events, doesn't that kind of counter the point that there's nothing to do in Nebraska? Like, and a lot of times too, these comments are coming from people that live in like Sacramento or Little Rock, and I'm like, really, guys? I mean, have you ever been through Omaha? I don't know. Just I'm sorry.
No, I understand, Jesse, and I do understand, the annoyance with that. If you've traveled to enough big cities, it's, I guess, the whole idea of there's nothing else to do. Maybe nothing else to do in terms of sports. If you live in New York, for example, you could go to a Rangers game or a Knicks game or an Islanders game or a Nets game just in the wintertime. And then you've got all the other different options. There's not that singular purpose of which Nebraska sports has been historically in this state. And that's part of it. That's part of it. Are there other things to do here? Sure. But because
Matt found out about some of those things earlier.
But because, yes, he did. But because, again, this is not a new phenomenon.
No.
This has been happening for decades. Decades. Plural. Many, many years. It's just kind of embedded in the DNA. How many times have I said it over the last 10 or so years? The one thing that has kept Nebraska football relevant, even through the dim times, the dim ages, has been the fans. Because it's just kind of embedded in the culture here. And that's why it is a little bit different.
Definitely.
It's just a little bit different. Here's Bucky. Hi, Bucky. Thanks for waiting. You're on the zone.
John, you're a pro. What a great segue. I want to give it up to Nebraska fandom because they have been, shouldering the load for, 30 years, 25 years. I was disappointed on Thursday night or Thursday afternoon. I was the only guy on 72nd and Dodge after we won the game. Besides a few guys holding some pro-life signs. Anyway, I digress. Husker fans deserved it. We've been watching this team, the best team they've had in ever. The good news is that we're no longer known for like wearing our Tommy Frazier jerseys to the World Series. We finally came through. We showed up, a team to root for. It's fun to watch. They play hard. Huskers got it done finally. Sweet 16. Let's go. Let's beat Iowa. Let's get it done, fellas.
Bucky, thanks. Unfortunately, the meme of people showing up to other sports in football gear has now been replaced by showing up in basketball jerseys to bombing
the Oklahoma
memorials.
City bombing. Yep. I'll be on our P's and Q's.
Mm-hmm. Nick, we're putting this on you. You just find all of the potential somber tourist locations in the greater Houston area, so we can just do a travel log. Hey, if you're planning on going to any of these, please bring some neutral clothing. And here is a list of
excellent
possible options in the Houston metroplex.
This is a very good idea. We honestly
just so you don't become content.
We might need to look at the road locations for Nebraska football for next season, and Oregon's kind of close to Idaho. There were some bad stuff that happened in Idaho that one time. They are playing at Rutgers. So, again, neutral clothes. Chance. Neutral clothes if you're going to go to that place, too.
402-951-1620. We will continue with more, including Greg McDermott has made it official. He is stepping away. 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone in Central Nebraska. Hello, Central Nebraska. How are you today?
Heard you have a lot of disc golf out there, Central Nebraska. I'm disc golf pilled again, guys.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
been great.
See that.
I learned
You
how
make
to
fun
throw.
of Matt for talking about walking, and all you do is talk about disc golf when it gets warm.
Well, it's because I always get made fun of, and I never get to make fun of other people. So when I can, I pounce on it.
Interesting.
Well, I guess I understand. I guess I will accept that answer. I will also accept the fact that we will be hosting a tailgate this Thursday now it says 2 to 5. Aren't we on until 6?
We aren't.
We're
We're getting off early on Thursday
That's even better for me because then I can go right to the arena from the house.
for
there you
Westwood
go.
One's Tournament Today coverage ahead of all the games.
And by
That's
the way,
true.
I am on the radio on Thursday.
Yeah, Josh will be there in spirit.
in spirit.
In Spearmint.
Spirit.
I will be there
Experiment.
live from the house in Houston.
So yeah, we'll have Josh in Houston. Nick and I will be at Oscars there at 173rd and West Center, 168th and West Center.
I'm going to see you guys eating wings, and I'm going to be a little jealous.
Oh, they're going to be good.
Little
wings.
jealous.
I am going to make sure the camera is on me, even if I'm not talking, just to eat wings in your face.
That sounds like you.
By the way, those wings were plucked off of Hawkeyes.
Well, that's cannibalism. I can't eat that.
What are you, a bird? I guess you are. So we will be there so you can stop by and get your seat early to watch on their mega screens.
Awesome.
Something tells me he's just going to put it up all on one big screen.
Seriously, you might want to just get there for the whole show so you can plant your butt down, save a spot, you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Tip your server very well, please.
Tip your server, 168th and West Center. Oscars Pizza and Sports Grill this Thursday with us.
Awesome.
The Grum.
Awesome.
Nick's Iowa hat notwithstanding.
No, again, I got to email our boss and say zone gear only, please. Zone gear only.
Yeah, I'll have my zone gear with my Iowa hat. What if I put the zone logo on the Iowa hat?
I think that's actually breaking laws. Zone laws, not even Iowa laws, zone laws.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? It is Nebraska's spring game this week.
What?
We are now at the perfect confluence of events. You know, when we found out, what was it 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago? When they announced the
sometime in February,
the spring game schedule, and we said, wait a minute, that links up with the second weekend.
because the team was good enough at the time where it didn't seem like insane. It was either before they had their first loss, so was it late January
it was
or early
right
February?
around that time. Yeah, right around that time.
The Michigan game. And now that week has finally arrived.
That week has arrived, but I saw this from the Iowa athletic department.
Oh,
go Hawks.
Famously, they're playing Nebraska this weekend.
People forget.
Today or this week, Wednesday, was supposed to be Kirk Ferentz's spring kickoff news conference. But as the news release reads, as a result of the Iowa men's basketball team advancing to the Sweet 16 and playing its next game Thursday in Houston, I didn't realize did you know the official title of the Iowa head coach is the Moon family head football coach?
Good Lord.
What's wrong with the moon?
This
That's important.
conference sometimes is just so stuffy.
The Moon
Even
family
Iowa
head
has
football
stuffiness to them.
Anyway, Kirk Ferentz's Wednesday spring kickoff luncheon will be pushed back until next week.
Wow. Now that is respecting basketball.
This is a weird Big Ten world we're living in right now.
There's a lot of Big Ten teams.
Well, it's a weird Big Ten world, but I mean, kudos to them, because I was realizing something. Even if, let's just say, Nick gets his dream come true and Iowa wins and Nebraska's eliminated, theoretically, people could be back for Saturday. But given, travel and all that other stuff, I'm sure a lot of folks probably booked through the weekend, right?
For sure.
And that includes the lame stream media. I was thinking about this today.
Not me. I don't go to that crap.
When we get Michael on later on in the show, he may have to be the only sports media that's going to be at this thing.
There's going to be.
I think everybody else is going to be in Houston.
I got two names that I know for sure will be at the spring game. One is Michael.
Yeah.
The other is Sam McEwen. Because Sam, obviously covers Nebraska basketball, but he is like the football guy for the World Herald. He will be there. It's going to be like COVID. They're going to be spread so far apart in the press box, social distancing and the like. Break out the masks like the old days.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of our electronic media, like, the television, for example. Because,
they're not allowed to do anything down in March Madness. You get in trouble. Even if you don't do the thing, you still get in trouble.
Well, but like Andy and Lauren from Channel 7.
I saw them, yeah.
They were down there,
Yeah.
The guys from 3 and 6, were down there.
I met Kevin Suits.
Fox 42 was...
What? Wait, they have somebody?
I don't think so.
Okay. They bring back JJ?
But they're going to need people to cover the spring game. They're going to have to bring the weather people in to do, how sometimes you bring in the sports people to do weather coverage. Yes. You may have to bring in the weather people to do sports coverage.
Do you know how to work a big camera?
I can figure it out.
Okay.
I'll borrow Hyper's gizmo.
Imagine Bill Ranby covering the spring game for Channel 7.
Oh no, his sleeves are rolled up. They're bad.
The sleeves are rolled up.
This is funny.
Calandria just turned it over. The sleeves are going up.
Sit Destroyer. I feel bad for the people who have to cover the spring game, LOL. Those people have FOMO. It's like normally football is the big thing, right, and the secondary reporters have to go cover other things. And you're like, man, I wish I was at the Nebraska-Colorado game. That would have been the fun night. Now it's like, hey, sorry, Bob. You've been struggling at work a little bit lately. Mm-hmm. You got to go to the spring game. You got to do our coverage from there because everybody else is going to be down in Houston.
Something I've been thinking about a lot this weekend is how much of a break that Matt Rule is getting right now with how good Nebraska ball is. Nobody's looking at him or thinking about the football team right now.
Though, again, I have a topic that I will get to later on.
Okay.
I disagree. I actually disagree with Nick.
Oh,
I disagree with Nick.
Here's another idea. Okay, if we can't get the weather people to cover the spring game, what if? Now, hear me out. The basketball game is in Houston, right? That's in Texas, right?
Yeah.
They love football in Texas. What if we took the spring game to Houston?
We used to call those satellite camps.
Satellite, yes!
Bring back satellite camps.
Yes!
No. Yeah. There's a lot of Husker fans down there, regardless of if there's a basketball game.
They could play it in the old Astrodome.
They could play it in the old Astrodome.
Is there enough room for another bad football team in Texas, though?
Wow.
Now, it's only a practice. It's okay. Now, that would be next level thinking. Just load up the football team. You know what? We're all coming down. We'll watch y'all play on Thursday if we can get you tickets. And then on Friday, the day off, the day between, they hold the spring game in the Astrodome.
I mean, I would honestly think about going just for the bit. It would be interesting.
It'd be a fun
I could do the show from there because I will be doing the show on Friday too.
And then you could do spring game updates as well.
I will not be doing that. That is John. Somebody just texted in and said John can go to the spring game for 1620.
Well,
thank you. Great idea,
actually,
big red overreaction from the spring game.
I can't. I have a baseball game.
Wow, convenient.
God sport.
Very convenient.
Thank you, baseball.
John writes, I'm very happy for
That's
Nebraska.
all right. Our weather person will be covering in our stead.
Nice. Wait, I'm our weather person.
No, our weather person is also just
crap.
Channel 7.
No, is done.
Nah.
John writes, I'm very happy for Nebraska basketball and the fans, but I have absolutely no interest in basketball. That being said, playing in the Elite Eight on spring game day would be awesome. It will hopefully reduce the amount of Rule coverage. That guy sucks. I
mean, that game, the spring game will be at 11 o'clock. So it'll be because the Elite Eight games are usually in the
evening.
Early. Well, yeah, the Saturday ones are
it's
usually
like 5
in the evening.
and 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's like the same time as the Final Four games.
And I forget what. So it's the other region is the San Jose one on Thursday. So it's Arizona. Who would Arizona play to go to the Final Four? I don't even remember who is. Is that the Texas one? Are they in the one, or is Michigan in the one with Texas? I didn't fill out a bracket, so I'm kind of.
Yeah, Arizona's got Arkansas. Houston has, or I'm sorry, Houston. Sorry, Texas has Purdue.
Okay, so if it's, let's just game this out for 5 seconds. If it's Houston versus Nebraska and Arizona versus Purdue, Arizona-Purdue is definitely the later game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's later game no matter what. Even if it's Iowa-Illinois, Nebraska-Illinois, and Iowa-Houston, that's the early game. Unless the other ones has some weird crap happen and you get an upset. But Arizona-Purdue would be a pretty...
Well, but with that other region, you got, even if it's Arkansas, it's Calipari.
That's true. Dude, it's the
and you got Texas and Purdue. Purdue's, in basketball is is a good brand.
So that's probably the
Texas
late game no
is
matter
Texas.
what. Meanwhile, the Sunday one, especially the DC is like any matchup is going to be, the later game for sure.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. I'm excited. This is so fun.
To cover the spring game?
No, I don't think I'm going to watch a single second of that. We're not going to talk about it next week. But if Nebraska goes to the Final Four, even if they don't, they go to the Elite Eight and lose. We're going to be talking about that. I'll get my takes from Michael. He can break it down for me.
Well,
thank you, Michael. Oh, I got to send him the link.
Everybody send in your questions now. Whatever questions you have.
Severe?
Yeah, so Michael will be the only, because the weather guys probably won't ask a question.
Excellent.
The weather guys might ask Rule, well, what do you think about that low pressure system?
How about the basketball team? That's what they're going to ask him.
Yeah.
He's going to go, right? If they make it, he'll do the spring game and take a PJ.
I don't know. He's been really low key.
He was there this week.
Was he?
Oh, yeah. He was at both games. Now, it was spring break, but he was there. He just isn't like announcing himself on TV right now.
Interesting.
He was there both times.
I wonder why that is.
You sure that's your story to tell?
Crap. Am I getting
You could always ask him.
Mitch Sherman still to come.
Mm-hmm.
Stick around. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Zone Radio Network. Well, we knew it was going to happen at some point, but today it was made official. Greg McDermott is stepping away at the end of this season, which will end at the Crown in Las Vegas. Certainly not the ending that a lot of people had envisioned for Coach Mack, but I always said that Mack will step away when he feels the timing is the best for the program. And I believe that's what he is doing here. Now, it's certainly possible that this was the plan all along, but it also doesn't surprise me. And some might say, well, if it was the plan all along, why not just say it in the moment or say it sometime? Mac doesn't want to make this about him. For a guy who is so used to being in the spotlight, and yes, has an ego just like anybody else who's in the spotlight, right? He is not the type that wants to do the prolonged goodbye, the retirement tour type thing. And so even if this decision was made weeks or months ago, I don't think it was ever the intention to officially say anything until it got to the end. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that has always impressed me about Mac is how quickly he will deflect praise to others, whether mainly his players, but to support staff or assistant coaches or the fans or whomever. He never wanted to make it about himself. And thus, that's why you're kind of getting this happening when it is. I'll admit, I mean, I knew something was coming. And we've been on, retirement watch for a year now, right? It was 11 months ago when the whole coach in waiting thing was announced.
But it certainly seems like it ramped up a little over the last month, right?
It ramped up over the last month. And
I had been asked more, and I was also asking more from people I trust. Have you heard anything? Have you heard anything?
Mm-hmm.
And it was always no, but that some were talking about it maybe in a different way. And that's why I went from, I thought he was coming back. If you asked me 2 months ago, I thought he was coming back. The last month, I had not thought he was coming back anymore. That had changed. And again, a lot of that was vibes based in, it just seems like maybe that's what's going down now. And sure enough, that's what ended up happening.
And I'm sure, some will say, well, I mean, he's not stepping away at the perfect time. How many people get a chance to walk out, right off into the sunset? John Elway and Tom Osborne got to ride off into the sunset.
Even Michael Jordan didn't get to.
Very rarely do people get a ride off into the sunset. And so I think
Tom Brady didn't
at least in terms of, stepping away at the right time, I think the way that the sport is changing, you also want to do what's right by Alan Huss. He left a situation. Oh, by the way, the team that he built beat Wisconsin.
Yeah, exactly.
This weekend. So you're seeing, some of his credentials play out, even though he wasn't on the sideline. But this was a guy that, with a lot of pretty good jobs out there, certainly if the right call would have come, could have maybe reconsidered. I'm not saying he would have. I'm not saying, another year riding the bench, for lack of a better term. He wouldn't have been okay with it.
But if there's a guarantee now, and still the question marks about later,
right?
Do you consider it?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think Mac wanted to be fair to Huss,
and so
because Huss is going through the prime years of his coaching life. He's in his early 40s, right? Mm-hmm. And you want to hit the ground running and hit that recruiting trail, hit that transfer portal, put your stamp on the program. and kind of dragging out the whole process just for one last shot at, an NCAA tournament, maybe isn't in the best interests of the program or of some of the people around it. So the decision as it was today does not surprise me in the least.
In my opinion, it's a very unselfish decision. Ray asks, says totally sus that he retires right now. In my opinion, like, why is he retiring? So I'm gonna try to put my own little spin on it, I guess.
Sure.
Because a lot of people, I think, throughout this year were thinking, no way he wants to go out like this. No way. All right, he comes back. He decides to come back for another year. What if the same thing happens and they're just, for whatever reason, they're kind of spinning their wheels. There's some injuries. And then they have they're 2 years down the road of a retirement tour that's not a retirement tour.
Right.
And do you just feel like, oh no, the next guy, I am not allowing him to get off on the best foot? Because I think that, like, look, I think he could come back. It's absolutely in his right. You could then worry, though, about, is that setting things up well for us moving forward? And so that was part of my reasoning, actually, for changing over the course of the last month, is you don't know. Nothing is guaranteed next year in any way. And so I think if they would have come back, and I'm not even saying that I think they would have had another bad season, but if they do, I think it actually is more uncomfortable. And so I think now you say, all right, well, the season didn't go the way that anyone wanted it to, if you're a Creighton fan, if you're McDermott. But I think that this is a better decision for the future of the program than just a weird, awkward time. Now, if they would have come back, go to the Final Four, we're having a different conversation. But, again, no guarantees.
Right, but those are hard to come by,
Absolutely they are.
And one of the other things, too, that Mac has emphasized, especially in recent years, is, and I'm not saying this was necessarily happening this year, but he has always said, I don't want to coach the joy out of these players. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want the players to feel like that they no longer enjoy the game because of how the game is coached. And I'm not saying Mac was coaching any differently this year. I mean, at least in terms of what I've been watching, the times I get to watch, it didn't feel any different. But I think that possibility of a prolonged retirement tour might have sucked some of the joy out of the room. Intentionally or not, it could have done that, where a lot of the attention is on that. And then, like, next year, like this year, the whole idea of whether or not it was his last year really didn't feel like a distraction.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Next year, knowing how this year went, probably would have felt like a distraction.
He was only asked about it a handful of times, right? Because once the season starts, I can't ask him in January. It's not that I can't. I don't want to. It's not an interesting question. Hey, you're struggling right now. Are you thinking about it in a different way?
Right.
I think it would have been asked more, though, next year. And
I agree.
You're right. It would have been more of a distraction, and it would have been more uncomfortable for everybody. Pesky Blue says it well. Hey, years 16 suck. Years 1 through 15 were pretty awesome.
Yeah, they were. I mean, believe me, whatever happened this year is not going to diminish all of these accomplishments. Winning as coach, most NCAA tournaments, most NCAA tournament wins, 3 Sweet 16s in the last 5 tournaments, the Elite 8.
Making fun of you all the time. That's the thing I'm going to miss the most.
Yeah, me too.
We'll go to the Hope Lodge every January, and now he won't be there busting balls. No, maybe
he's going to dunk on John.
Maybe we can just ask him. Well, hey, do you want to join us from Arizona? I'll
I'm
be
sure
at the golf course.
You get a dunk on John whenever you want.
In all seriousness, though, that the Hope Lodge thing.
Yeah, you put that on there for an important reason.
You can take all that other stuff off the list, and just with that alone, think about all the lives that he has helped touch, simply because he took a personal family emergency tragedy when Teresa was diagnosed and tried to make lemonade out of it, and did, with the Pink Out effort. And now a lot of people look to Creighton as, well, that's how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
You see it happen at a lot of other places where they do, big fundraisers or Pink Outs. Everyone points to those guys. And it was because of the leadership of Coach Mack.
Yeah.
And that's expanded too. I mean, the basketball luncheon that we've had the last couple of years, the Coaches versus Cancer thing, Mack was behind that.
Mm-hmm.
even without all of the other accomplishments, the on-court accomplishments, that alone tells you all you need to know about the quality of the guy. And trust me, as someone who has got to see a lot of stuff behind the scenes, whatever you see on video or in person, if you're at the games, he's 100 times a better person away from the camera when the camera's turned off. He's as genuine as the earth that we stand on. Absolutely one of the most genuine people you will ever meet. And I'm going to miss him.
Mm-hmm.
I will not miss Mitch Sherman because he's coming up next.
That's true.
On 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, John. How are you?
Good, doing good.
Hi, Mitch. I'm here too.
Hey, Josh. I didn't hear your voice, so how are you?
I'm awesome. It's good to hear from you as always.
It's nice that somebody came back from Oklahoma City with their voice intact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't in Oklahoma City, so my voice has remained intact all the time. I'm just watching the whole tournament from my basement. Although if Nebraska goes to Indianapolis, I don't know. I may just have to do that.
Well, the good news
Can you
is
believe that's even a possibility.
It's wild.
I mean, it is a possibility. It is a possibility. It's 2 wins
I
away.
beat a couple Big Ten teams, and there you go. I've already beaten them both.
Man, Mitch, if
Wow,
Houston,
already
by the way,
calling his
number
shot.
2 seed.
Houston's out.
If
Houston's out,
Yeah,
says
Houston,
Mitch Sherman of The
just
Athletic.
counting the home team. Yeah.
Mitch,
Forget about the 2 seed. Who are they?
isn't it
Yeah,
the national
Kelvin
championship
Sampson.
last
Never
year?
heard of the
Yeah,
guy.
nothing.
Mitch, isn't it wild that,
Right.
the Big Ten famously has not won a national championship since the literal turn of the millennium
Mhm.
when Tom
That is
Izzo,
wild.
Michigan State, won his only title, the school's second, if I remember right.
Yes.
And now there are 6 teams from that league who have made it to the Elite Eight. Now, 2 of them will play on Thursday, but that means you are guaranteed at least one
In the Elite Eight.
into the Elite Eight. 6 are
yeah.
playing the Sweet 16, my bad. Like, if there was ever a year to do it, like, is this the year just math-wise? Or are you still like, man, Arizona's really good, or Houston's really good, or whomever else is really good?
You know who's good is Duke.
Duke.
I do not think this is the year, but it's going to happen. Like, it's going to happen sometime soon because you can see the death of Cinderella when Nebraska's the Cinderella left in the field. I suppose you could say St. John's, but I'm sorry, Texas is not Cinderella.
No.
Texas is, they're going by seed. Suppose you could say St. John's, but it's Rick Pitino. I mean, come on. Nebraska's is a Cinderella left. And when that's your Cinderella, this team the basketball team, fine, but like the athletic department is also not Cinderella. And the Cinderella's gone. Cinderella's it's over. Like and I know some people say, well, I need a larger sample size. This stuff about the 4-1 seeds in the Final Four last year and fewer upsets. I don't need a larger sample size. I think we have both a reason to know why it's happening and then the evidence to see that it is happening. So there are going to continue to be years like this where the Big Ten, maybe not 6, but sends 4, 5, 6 teams to the Sweet 16. And yeah, that means the math is going to make it happen at some point. But I will call my shot and say this is not the year. A lot of great teams out there still playing in the Big Ten, but I picked Arizona, so I'll stick with that. But I think Duke, with some of the injury issues now in their past and surviving that first round scare, they're going to be they're a tough out.
Well, while we're on this subject, before we get to the deep more of the Nebraska of it all, are you one that believes that NIL, transfer portal, or some combination thereof is one of the main culprits of Cinderella no longer being prevalent?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. There was a lot of transferring going on before the portal came into existence in college basketball, but it's different now. And so it's more about NIL. And I understand like that can work the other way too, where mid-majors end up with players because of the portal. Not so much because of NIL, unless you're High Point and you just have strange amounts of money, but, and they're not the only one, but it's the whole landscape of the sport has changed, and players are going to go, for the most part, where the money is, and you just amass those kind of players, and it becomes very hard for a program that doesn't have a roster full of them to pull multiple upsets, what it takes to get even out of the first weekend, but certainly to advance to a place like the Final Four, where we've seen, San Diego State and Butler and all kinds of other VCU, all kinds of other teams through the years. I really think those days are it's going to be more and more rare.
Mitch, I was, as we turn to Nebraska basketball, I was thinking this morning on a Monday after what just unfolded, there are 3 angles, I guess in particular, that one could take. One, you could just be like, hey, they finally got the thing done, and AK won their first tournament game. That's so far now in the rear view, it would feel odd to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You can, of course, then talk about the win over Vanderbilt and everything that unfolded in that game. But there's also this now Iowa Sweet 16 game, which is going to be insane. Like, what is most interesting to you now at 4:00 on the dot on Monday as it pertains to what has happened since Thursday and what will happen in a few days on this upcoming Thursday? Where does your mind go right now?
I like to look ahead. I think that's the most compelling angle right now is what's going to happen on Thursday and all of there's an unknown factor. So to me, that makes it more compelling. We know what happened at this point on Thursday and Saturday of last week, but we don't know what's going to happen this week. And there's so many things about it that we don't know, not just the game. There's that's what makes this thing, just fascinating on so many levels, because what's the crowd dynamic going to look like? How is it going to work for these fan bases to mingle with each other? Not to mention the fact that Illinois is there in the same venue playing later, and Iowa fans hate Illinois more so than they hate Nebraska. So they're going to be getting it on in both directions, and that to me is kind of fascinating. What happens on the court. Those 2 games that Nebraska and Iowa played this year were so distinctly different in just the way that they played out, and how Iowa was able to hold down Price Sanford in Iowa City, and then the way that Nebraska was able to limit shots and opportunities and somewhat take Bennett Sturts out of the game in Lincoln, and it still went overtime, and it's the things that happened around the court in both games, after those games, before those games. Yeah, it's really, really, really fascinating. But I still think that the most important thing that came out of all of this, and you'll say this, I'm confident at the end of March, because I don't think Nebraska is going to win a national championship. If Nebraska wins a national championship, that would supersede this. But yeah, I think the most important thing that's going to come out of March is that Nebraska won a game in the NCAA tournament.
I agree, but then I think back to what happened on Saturday, and I almost think
a bigger moment.
It felt like a bigger moment because of the way the game played out too, and how dramatic it was. And
right, to me, there's a difference, and it's like it's parsing words. Like one of them is more important, and one of them is bigger. Yeah, like what does that even mean? Like that could mean 10 different things to 10 different people.
True.
To me, like the thing about this season that, as it stands right now, and could change. We're having this conversation a week from now, and Nebraska's still playing. But the thing about this season right now that people are going to talk about in 10 years is that Nebraska got it done. Finally ended the drought and won in the NCAA tournament. Yes, the Sweet 16 is an incredible accomplishment, and you can't minimize it when you see teams like Iowa, which has been a stable and solid, certainly a much better basketball program than Nebraska over the last 30 years or forever, hasn't played in the Sweet 16 since 1999. And there are other examples. Some teams make it every year, but there are other examples of programs that great programs like Kentucky and North Carolina this year that aren't playing in the Sweet 16, and Nebraska is. So it's a huge, huge moment. And I, agree with some of the people around the media here who are putting this, like when they rank moments in Nebraska sports history, they put the Sweet 16 and the way that game ended right up there with national championships in football and below nothing else. Like, I think it deserves that kind of a label. But as far as like overall importance to Nebraska basketball, Thursday's it.
Yeah, Mitch, I was just thinking about when you were answering that of a topic that John and I did 2-3 weeks ago of, what do you need? And do you just need the one win, or do you need a little bit more given how good the team has been this year? And I was someone who said, you get the first win, everything else is gravy. And I still mostly feel that way. But here's where I will argue with myself retroactively. If that half-court shot falls, like, it doesn't erase what happens, but wow, is it among the bigger kicks to the pills that I think this fan base has seen, just because it was like, wow, you were inches away, because that's what they ended up being. Now Vandy is now inches away from the Sweet 16, and Nebraska instead is in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really bitter pill to swallow, and you're devastated if you're Nebraska in that situation, and it's a tough plane ride home. And then I think as you get a few days removed from it, you start to get some perspective, and you say, that was an amazing run. This team started 20-0. It got to number 5 in the national ranking. And the main thing is you won a game in the NCAA tournament, even with the devastation of losing a game like that on a 60-foot shot. But I think you get over it fairly quick, like within 2 weeks. But if you lose to Troy, I don't think you get over that in 2 weeks.
No.
I think that's something that lingers with those guys for a lifetime.
Well, think about it. We were talking about the Xavier loss from 1991 for
literally
until last week.
Yeah.
So,
I talked to Bruce Chubbuck about that last week, and
Yeah.
he's still smarting over that. Like, it's been 35
we'd
years.
be talking about it, Mitch, and we'd be talking about a loss to Troy until they had their next chance to win their first ever tournament game. I mean, it just wouldn't ever go away.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, my favorite Cubs team of all time was the '84 team.
Yeah.
And that was the
Obviously,
team
they didn't get it done.
that didn't get it done. They didn't even get to the World Series. But, and so you do wonder about how this year's team and how much it may impact things moving forward. Obviously, there's a lot of people that think now that Fred has shown what he's capable of, they're going to pour more resources into the program. It's going to be a bigger deal now. Where do you see that going, Mitch? Because there are a lot of mouths to feed in that athletic department, including that big one that occupies the 80,000 seat stadium. Do you think this past weekend though can change some things?
They're not going to take away from football to pay basketball, but they can find revenue streams that didn't exist for basketball outside of the traditional rev share. Like the money that football gets that goes to rev share from their TV and multimedia money, like that's still going to be there, and it's not going to change. They're not taking money away from football. I'll believe that never. But this has created opportunities for Nebraska to raise additional money with basketball because of the excitement that this has generated and the sheer volume of fans and just the display that Nebraska put on, both on the court and in the seats in Oklahoma City. And then there's another chapter to be written. I mean, maybe there's more greatness and more memories and more opportunities to raise, I hate to say just to raise money, but to raise visibility, which can lead to money this weekend in Houston. So yeah, I think it has the potential to change the trajectory of the program, change the resources around the program. But I also think like some of that is going to depend on maintaining the momentum. Like right away, you're going to have this burst of excitement, and they'll be able to do some things that they haven't been able to do in the past, but it's going to kind of be up to that 22. And I'm talking like the season's over. It's not like if there's a lot more that Nebraska can do. And if it goes to the Final Four, then, look out. That's entirely different conversation than going to the Sweet 16. But it's going to be up to the 26-27 team to maintain that momentum. And if you do it again, you go back to the tournament next year, you win a game in the tournament or multiple games in the tournament next year, that only increases your ability to move to that next level of prestige in the sport. But what you don't want to do, and what Nebraska's identity can't be, is just trying to stockpile money and buy an $8 million or a $12 million roster or whatever it's at. Like, you're not going to beat Kentucky at its game. You have to be Nebraska and be true to what Fred Hoiberg has done to build this thing to the place it's at.
Mitch, one football question for you from me. I was, but I'll use basketball as the backdrop.
What sport is that?
So they're playing a spring game on Saturday.
The baseball team is?
No, not them. So Mitch, I was blown away in Oklahoma City because, and this is serious, throughout most of last week, it wasn't even that people are not interested in the spring game, but more that they seemed annoyed by the existence of Nebraska football. And by that, I'm like talking about like the apparatus that surrounds it. And it's like, go away. I'm not interested in you. Can you please leave me alone? I am wanting to enjoy basketball. I use that as a way to ask, like, what is Saturday going to be like? This is easily the most under the radar doesn't even begin to describe how I think everyone has taken in spring football. I heard you and Happer on Locked On today just kind of joking even about it. Like, oh, that's right, there is this football game coming up on Saturday.
Mhm.
How do you take that in, knowing, I guess not knowing the backdrop, but that's a part of the story, is it not, that the basketball team is now I'm asking you another basketball question, I guess.
Yeah, it feels weird to talk about football. Like, what are we even doing? They're in the basketball team's in the Sweet 16. Matt Rule's sitting courtside at the game. Like, the only football conversation should be about what they're doing to support the basketball team right now. But like, at some point, that's going to end. This run is going to end, and inevitably the attention will turn back to football as we inch closer to football season. And, in August, we'll be talking about football. July, we'll be talking about football.
Yeah.
That's how it is. And it's not going to change in this state. It can't. Like, football drives the bus, and nothing that's happening this month, or even if they make it to next week, changes that. Like, Nebraska has to use the oomph that football has to create these situations for basketball. There wouldn't be a Hendricks practice facility or a Pinnacle Bank Arena or many of these other things. Fred Hoiberg at Nebraska getting $5 million a year if it wasn't for the football machine. You must have been hanging out with like the OGs of basketball fandom, like the true basketball people in Oklahoma City, Josh, because there is that attitude, I think, around some people who are there's a faction of people who are Nebraska basketball fans and have resentment for football because football gets the bulk of the attention, all the attention normally. And, I think those people generally operate in a pretty quiet manner. And this is an opportunity here this month and really this entire winter for them to speak a little more freely. I don't think that is like the majority of Nebraska fans. Like, the football fans are not outnumbered. Right now they're paying less attention, I think, but this is a short-lived thing. It's going to change when football season comes around next year. It's going to be, every bit as dissected and analyzed as it always is. And we're just on a little bit of a diversion right now. I think that's not to say that's to take anything away from basketball. Like, what happened in Oklahoma City with the 15,000 people is incredible. And there are very few programs nationally that can replicate that. And it just speaks to like the depth and overall passion of Nebraska's fan base. But again, it's a football state, and that's not really changing as a result of anything that's happening right now.
Well, Mitch, enjoy all the extra space in the press box.
I know it's going to be quiet and empty up there, and
it's like first class seating on an airplane.
Yeah.
Ooh, wide lane.
They should bring you and Michael and Sam. We've identified you three now as the three people that will definitely be there in the press box.
Spring game. Yeah.
But bring a recliner.
Yeah.
Have some tableside service.
It's a great idea.
I'll be home. The spring game's early, and basketball is not until 6:30. I will not still be in the press box when they tip that game in Houston.
Yeah, because it's 11, right? Is that what time it's at on Saturday?
Spring game's at 11. Yeah.
I think so. Who knows?
Seriously. That's how I'm approaching
it is.
Awesome.
Who cares?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my God, it's starting already. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, we always appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Bye, Mitch. We got multiple comments, literally back to back to back. I will read these all in succession.
Go ahead.
Baymon, I could not have told you that the spring game was this weekend before you guys mentioned it today. Had no clue. Sith Destroyer writes, same here. I got a text from a listener. Josh, I learned the spring game was Saturday by listening to Happer and Schaefer this morning. How about that?
It has been living very, 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 very quietly under the radar. And a lot of it by design.
Yeah, Rule talked about that recently.
A lot of it by design. But I do think, listen, there's optics here. There are optics here.
Big time.
For a program that for the last, spring games really became a big deal in the early 2000s.
I'd say it began, and it's just happenstance that it's the first year of a new head coach for Nebraska. But 2004 was the first time that I truly remember it being the big crowd.
Yeah.
And then Saban showed up at Bama, and it was an arms race. It felt that way.
Here, I suppose mid-'90s, because, they had the national championships. They were going to do the national championship celebration, then the tragic passing of Brooke Behringer. But that was when Nebraska started to, because it used to be you'd get 25, maybe 30,000 people show up, but it wasn't this huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
It became a huge deal within the last 25-ish years. But you're going to go from, and I know last year really doesn't count because it was what they call it, the spring games.
The Husker games.
Games. Yeah.
Gross.
But there will be folks who, if there's only, 15, 20,000 in the stadium, and the basketball team is obviously getting all of the attention, you do wonder if the optics are going to be like, ooh, what's going on with Nebraska football? And it's not even, it doesn't have to mean anything in terms of, well, this means that the team's going to be bad in 2026. But, optics do send off a powerful message. And if that message is, ooh, what happened to football over there? Didn't they used to care about this stuff? That's why that, and you also don't want to put your fans in a bind. I mean, I disagreed with it in the moment. I'm fine if you want to do your spring football earlier than normal, but to have it be the same weekend in the one time where your basketball team actually showed some promise and then delivered on that promise.
I was going to say, when we found out the spring game was this day, again, they were in the throes of the undefeated season, or they had only lost 1 or 2 games.
Right. I mean, the thought of this weekend being a reality wasn't far-fetched.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of people were almost banking on it. I don't know. I get wanting to be under the radar. I appreciate the fact that Matt Rule is wanting to have a lower profile than what he has had. But at the same time, I think you can sometimes take it a little too far.
We did some crossover shows on the Zone YouTube page with the IED Club on a couple different days, but one of them was Saturday. And we heard from a lot of young fans, a lot of Gen Z fans. And it was really interesting how much they love Nebraska basketball, and how a lot of them talked about there was the baggage of the not winning anything of importance quality to Nebraska basketball, but that older folks never made them feel like bad or whatever for not having, oh, you missed the good days, or you don't know what it's like, and we used to care more, and this used to mean more, that they do with football, that there isn't that, if you remember the national titles in football, you can hold that over a younger fan. They feel that way with football.
Mm-hmm.
And that there has been this freedom with basketball. And I keep describing it almost as like this hipster quality where it's like, I like Nebraska basketball. There's a lot of fans saying I like them before they started winning tournament games. That's absolutely going to be a thing. And that they appreciate that about basketball. And like, I know we read some text sometimes from people who say whatever about Rule, but there are a lot of people that think he's fake and that don't think Fred Hoiberg is. And I think that is a part of this situation right now too.
402-951-1620. We'll be back. Jeff, stay right there. We'll talk to you and have a lot more of the Grum coming up on 1620 The Zone. We're giving away ice cream this week.
What?
Whoa!
Yeah.
Not even 90 anymore.
I love ice cream.
Well, but it'll be warming up again. It'll be warming up again. Betty Ray's ice cream. Bold flavor, innovation meets tradition. Scoops and shakes, sundaes, and what's a Sammy?
Sandwich, I think.
Oh, heck yeah,
ice cream
baby.
sandwiches.
We love Sammy's.
Every treat is crafted with locally sourced ingredients and served in a fresh homemade waffle cone or bowl of your choice. They've got 2 locations, Exarban, 63rd and Center, or 156th and Dodge. We've got $50 in gift vouchers going for $25. That's the Zone deal this Friday at 9 at 1620thezone.com. But we have freebies to give away this week.
Awesome.
We have freebies to give away this week. So be listening. Betty Ray's ice cream.
We are getting to ice cream weather, too. Tomorrow will be ice cream weather.
It was ice cream weather over the weekend.
It was.
Well, except for yesterday. Not so much. 402-951-1620. Reaction. Here's Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for waiting.
Hey,
You're on the
guys.
zone.
Oh, you're welcome. Don't mind waiting for you. So we happened to be lucky and went down to the Thursday game here a few days ago. And I compared it to when Nebraska beat Florida for the national championship all those years ago.
So Troy was Nebraska's Super Bowl is what you're saying. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Right. Well, first step. You got to win
That's
that
right.
first one. But it's
That's
just
right.
the fans, the traveling.
Mhm.
I mean, it's just amazing. So, and we commented about if only our football team was somewhat good, where the fans would want to travel like that again. It'll be nice. But I just wish what they would do is like, and I'm going to specify when Nebraska wins on Thursday, not if, that maybe Saturday we just cancel the spring game and fly the football team down to Houston to cheer them on, to support the basketball team. So,
All right. Jeff is for canceling the spring game. I mean, they did cancel it last year.
They
People
did.
forget. This would have been the year to do the Husker game.
I know, of all the years. They canceled it under Bo Pelini that one time. We got a text.
Well, that's because of the rain, the threat of rain. Because remember, Jim Cantori was in town. People were scared.
You know, and this is interesting. Got a text from listener Josh who says Mitch is dead wrong. No one cares about spring games anymore. Basketball is on a generational run. Football is king, but we ain't eating right now. You know, there has definitely.
Well, but Mitch's point was when we get past all of this and we get to the summer, that you're going to try to fast forward on us because that's what you do. You're a criminal. But
you like football.
But we're going to talk about football. I mean,
We will. We've never talked about it
point.
so little as we have this year.
Yeah.
We'll eventually talk about it.
Well,
for
and
sure.
there's been good reason, right? We've had a lot of other things to talk about.
It's been a busy winter. I
It
mean,
has
I know
been a
that
busy
obviously
winter.
hasn't been what Creighton fans were hoping for, but that was a story, an interesting one, given how successful they've been. Of course,
Correct.
Nebraska going on this insane run.
Correct.
You know, and
We've had things to do.
Cowboys getting a new defensive coordinator, those types of topics. The Rams losing to the Seahawks. We've had a lot of stuff to dive into. I'm just saying we had topics.
Who'd the Cowboys hire as a defensive coordinator?
Christian Parker.
Does he understand that you have to tackle somebody?
He does. He was on
Keep
the
him
Eagles
out of
staff.
the end
He
zone?
was on the Eagles staff. He knows good defense when he sees it. That of all the things you can say
Well,
bad about the
I hope he
Eagles-
enjoyed his Super Bowl experience because he won't get another one.
Come on, don't be a monster, John. Don't be a monster.
You started it anyway.
I did. But yeah, I said what I said in the previous segment, and it's not to, poke fun at Rule or anything like that, but I do think that a big part of the story is how these two guys come across and what that has meant for fans. Like, I even thought him acknowledging, like, yeah, we're trying to be under the radar, but it's like, if you say you're trying to be under the radar, are you trying to be under the radar, or should you just be under the radar?
But and that's part of
John,
it.
I'm trying to be smarter on this show today. It's like, okay, well, now you announced it. We're going to be looking at you a little bit different.
Sure it is. Yeah.
You know?
And you're right. I mean, if you're trying to hide, you don't tell people you're trying to hide.
Bingo. Let's play hide and seek.
And there is a quality.
Then they'd find you.
There is a quality about Fred Hoiberg that people around here have always been attracted to.
Mm-hmm.
Humble, soft-spoken,
handsome.
Maybe, I mean, yeah, he's a pretty good-looking dude. But, feels kind of genuine. Unfortunately, Rule has come across a little bit more polished, a little more exuberant. And I mean, I can't help every time someone tweets or texts me about Rule, it seems like there's some kind of reference to being a used car salesman.
Used car salesman, snake oil salesman.
Snailsman.
Yeah, we hear those all the time. And I mean, look, Zach hits on something too in his email. Equitable Bank inbox. I couldn't care less about the spring game. I used to be obsessed with recruiting and all the other offseason stuff, but that crap football program has underdelivered on its promises for decades. So until they show me by getting above the 7 to 8 mediocre wins in a season, I'm not interested in any ancillary aspects of this program. Show me on the field, because until that happens, none of the offseason smoke and mirrors matters.
Yeah. Well, I think it can be healthy for a fan base to do that, to stand back and take stock in what has happened. I've said for a long time, if you really, 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 really want to make a statement, you end the sellout streak.
Mm-hmm.
You say, no, you know what? I'm not going to watch. And I would say that for any program that is underperforming.
You said that as a Cubs fan for years. It annoyed you.
It gets a little crazy sometimes when the Cubs are selling out Wrigley Field and
they suck.
And they've been putting out a bad product. It doesn't give anyone in the organization, outside of just their own ego and wanting to win. Remember, you're in their entertainment business. If Warner Brothers or whatever the studios are, if they start cranking out bad movies, but people keep going to them, what's going to be the impetus for them to crank out good movies?
Yeah, say what you will. Sorry to bring up Marvel, but like about bringing back Robert Downey Jr. to play a different character. But people stopped going to their movies, and they're freaking out to the point where like, we got to bring back Tony Stark to play a different guy, and we're willing to spend anything to do so.
Right,
like that is genuine fear of losing your grip on an audience. They never feel that, because as much as people say, I'm done, or I'm not interested, or I'm not following recruiting updates, what happens in September? I know the answer to that question because I see it every September.
Here is Rick. Hi, Rick. Thanks for waiting. You're on 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone.
Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate you having me on. And, I can't agree more with you guys. I think you guys hit it spot on. As a lifelong Husker fan and somebody that's called on this program, multiple times and said, hey, being a fan of Husker football isn't just 12 or 13, Saturdays in the fall. It's a year-round hobby, and you kind of always used to look forward to the February signing day, spring ball, and then rolling into fall, the preseason camp and whatnot. And, I can't help to think not only have the Husker football not done their part in kind of keeping up their bargain and keeping us interested. That's beside the point. But I think, and nothing groundbreaking here, but I think the landscape of college football in itself has done a lot for me, especially as an older generation fan now, that the interest just isn't there with the transfer portal. It's extremely hard to follow who's in and who's out. I mean, I think I could tell you the quarterback room this year, but outside of that, maybe the receiver from UCLA, but outside of that, it's hard to follow.
Yeah.
The NILs made it challenging. And then, the conference realignment kind of taking out some of that old tradition and pageantry that we used to love and appreciate. So I just feel, it's hard. I think once they start winning, the fan base will definitely be back. But I think the landscape in general, like I said, nothing groundbreaking here, but it's taking its toll on the interest as well. So kind of all I had to say.
Rick, great call, man. So that's a phone call on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, a text message on the same hotline from Alex and Lincoln. He says, it'd be really nice that that basketball becomes good so we can quiet the football chatter in the offseason. Consistency with basketball would help. You always talk about seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you're with Alex and Lincoln. More Nebraska basketball Sweet 16 so we can focus on that instead of spring football. John Bishop, check mark, agree.
I was thinking more Creighton basketball Sweet 16.
Why not both? Let's get both teams in the Sweet 16. Imagine if these two teams were playing.
I mean, my priority is the blue team, but whatever it takes.
In all seriousness,
that makes you feel better.
In all seriousness, it is, I think everybody would agree that is doing this. I don't know how we would have survived a spring football with the mood around football if basketball hadn't come along and given us something really fun and exciting team. And that's the other thing, man. They are likable. If you like Nebraska, and if you have no skin in the game, right?
Well, they are likable.
There's a way they play, a way that they. I mean, first of all, they are a great story, but the brand of basketball, I think, is enticing. And if you know the stories too of the characters, the cast of characters, the fact that Price Sanford is going to play against his old school that his brother went to, that he returned to the arena, and they were chanting F-bombs. And you have to know that that did something to the family's view of that place. And now they're going to play them again after beating them 3 weeks ago. And it's awesome. What a story.
Also, going back to Rick's point about the transfer portal, sure, Nebraska, Sanford being one of them and Lawrence being another. But with Lawrence, he was a returning Nebraska guy. But a lot of that core are guys that had been here for a while. And so now that's not to say that, Nebraska may not build programs or, with a lot of transfer guys. But that made it more attractive. People still like having those 4-year college guys, those guys that they grew up watching from their freshman year to their senior year. And sadly, that's becoming a dying breed. And that's one of the things that the portal and NIL has brought about that is a turnoff for some folks.
So at the game on Saturday, they do the starting lineups, right? Everybody gets loud cheers. Price's cheer, incredibly loud. But the biggest cheer was Sam Hoiberg. And it's not even close. It was by far the biggest cheer. Why? For a variety of reasons. But I think having years of equity into him, I think was the biggest reason.
402-951-1620. Did this year's tournament spell the end of the Cinderella? And can we blame the transfer portal and the NIL for this too? Some interesting facts coming up. And also, it's a Michael Severe Monday on 1620 The Zone. Does your lawn need a makeover? Well, you could use an outdoor upgrade, and we've teamed up with Roberts Nursery Landscape and Lawn to give you a shot at a $10,000 backyard makeover. Or maybe the lawn's fine, but maybe you need a new deck. Maybe you need a new patio. Maybe you need water features. Maybe you're looking for fire pits or a fireplace. I had my fire pit going this weekend, but maybe you want a really cool fire pit. Hurry to 1620thezone.com today and register for your chance to win a $10,000 outdoor upgrade from Roberts Nursery Landscape and Lawn from 1620 The Zone. Did want to update you on the ticket prices.
Excellent.
This was a screenshot I took from StubHub. 9 o'clock this morning. 9 o'clock this morning. Here's where some of the seats were going. 50-yard line or center court, lower bowl, $2,300 to $2,600.
Wow. This is the session, so you get both games for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The end zone seating, lower bowl, basically anywhere between $650 and $800. Upper deck end zone, anywhere between looks like about $425 and $500. Upper deck sideline, $550 to $650. That was as of this morning.
Okay.
I have updated it.
Is this as of this last commercial break?
This was as of 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay. Wow.
4 o'clock this afternoon. The court sides are now the mid court are now all $2,600. The end zones have gone up from the 5s to the 7s. There's even an $800 one there. The upper bowl end zone are now anywhere between $575 and $650.
So the cheapest earlier today was $420, something you said, and now, yikes.
Yeah.
Get your tickets now, friends.
The ticket prices are going. Now, that was just one site.
Yeah.
Obviously, shop around for your best deal, but the prices are going up. And remember, Husker fan, you got more competition this time because Planet Houston, who is hosting this, is also playing here.
And far be it from me to give Iowa compliments because that ain't this kind of week. Their fans travel very well.
Iowa fans do travel well, and they like Busch Light more than Nebraska fans.
You always say this.
They do. They sold out an entire city of Busch Lights once.
Yeah, and Nebraska just did the same thing to Oklahoma City. They were running out of ice.
Yeah, but how much Busch Light does Oklahoma City even have to begin with?
You could say the same thing about where Iowa State went that one time. It's the same thing, Nick. You can't use that as a positive for you and not use it as a positive for Nebraska.
Go Hawks.
They better have their Busch Light game on point, is all we're saying. They better be ready to go. Oklahoma City did not seem prepared. It was incredible. They were like, what? You like drinking? That's weird.
In the Midwest?
Never saw it coming.
What? You drink there?
I couldn't believe it. Schaefer was doing live play-by-play of it throughout the day on Saturday. He was being a scribe all over again on Twitter, updating things.
Was he?
They've run out of ice. They ran out of ice. How do you run out of ice? Ice.
Well, there's a lot of that in Oklahoma City.
Because the freezers can't keep up.
Guess so.
They should have gone to Sonic.
What
down
is
the
this,
street.
Europe? You know, in Europe, they don't have ice for their drinks. Monsters.
A lot of them don't have air conditioning.
And yet some people want to go to that kind of living.
I know.
Unbelievable.
I could do it.
Damn socialists.
I'd be a fan.
And Oklahoma, apparently.
Oklahoma,
When I think of
socialism.
lib states now, sadly, Oklahoma, they're on the list. California 1, Oklahoma number 2.
Wow. That's
Things have changed big time.
incredible. I can't
Sorry,
believe
Oregon.
that.
Sorry, Colorado. You're knocked down a peg.
Do you think people in the Oklahoma Panhandle feel the same way as people in the Nebraska Panhandle?
What?
Detached from their own state?
Maybe.
Well, I'd
Chip on
feel
their
I'd
shoulder?
feel really detached if I were in the Oklahoma Panhandle
It's a
because it's a
thing.
skinny panhandle.
It is a very skinny
It's
panhandle.
more of a panhandle. Nebraska is, I don't want to lift up a pan that I have
It's
to hold like
too
this.
girthy.
It's
Nebraska's
way too girthy.
Yeah,
Panhandle is
Nebraska's
too
got a
girthy.
girthy panhandle.
Way too girthy.
Oklahoma's got a skinny panhandle.
Mhm.
It actually looks. I mean, Oklahoma, the state, actually does look like a giant pot.
Brian from Bellevue texting in about, he's quoting John. Why are you saying 50-yard line? John is so football pilled. He's excited about the spring game. He's saying 50-yard line.
Well, I know who the audience is. I still know it's a football pilled audience.
What, I don't think you and I have ever had the discussion. What do you think about when somebody says that a guy in a basketball game got a pick six? Like the one that Jamarcus Lawrence had when he double dribbled. Do you call that a pick six?
Yeah, I've heard basketball coaches.
I do too. It doesn't bother me, but I know some people like it's not a pick six because you only get 2 points, which like I will hear that a little bit. It's like, maybe we should call it a pick two.
Yeah.
But I like calling it a pick six. I know what they mean.
Mac has used that term many times.
What did they call it before football became so popular?
I don't know. Yeah, what did James Naismith call it back in the day?
I mean, sometimes, believe it or not, terminology from sports crosses over to other sports.
True.
They call it a field goal in basketball. What'd they call that before then?
Well, it's always been called a field goal. How many times has man, that coach had a slam dunk decision?
Even no matter what sport they're playing.
Exactly.
They really hit it out of the park?
Hit it out of the park.
Brian says I'm kind
that
of
was a home run ball.
Yeah.
Long touchdown pass. Home run ball.
That's true.
They do it all the time. So stop with the stupid semantics for crying out.
Brian says I'm kind of surprised if sessions aren't sold out. They will be, right? So this is secondary market.
Yeah, this is the secondary market.
It's going to be packed. I mean, like John said,
this is the secondary
you
market.
have Houston fans there. Obviously, they're going to fill it up. Nebraska and Iowa fans are going to do their darndest to travel. And, I mean, Illinois has a proud fan base, too. That atmosphere is going to be awesome, man. It's going to be really, really cool.
It's going to be the most Midwest that Texas has ever been.
You think so?
Between Illinois, Iowa, and Nebraska, then
true.
Houston there hanging out.
Big
I mean,
we're here too.
I'll-
What a conference.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Texas is kind of like the Midwest, but they have a funny accent.
Interesting.
The people are pretty similar. They just talk a little funny. It's a good place to visit. Now, I've not I've been into Houston. I've never spent time in Houston.
This will be my first time. I've never been to Houston before.
So I'd be curious to
forward
know
to
if it's different than San Antonio or Dallas.
I hear it's a big parking lot. It's just a lot of interstates and freeways.
It
and
is.
highways.
It is very well. Everything in Texas is spread out.
I think I saw a picture once where somebody's like, "This is Houston," and it just looks like a generic city. You know, there's McDonald's and O'Reilly's and everything just right there.
That's why Oklahoma City. I mean, I'm going to defend Omaha. Omaha is way cooler than Oklahoma City, and they have an NBA team. They have the defending champs. We should have an NBA team. That's my thought after coming out of OKC. That place, I don't know, man. It didn't look very cool. Omaha looks way prettier. Our downtown's way more beautiful than theirs.
So you said
theirs is boring.
You're saying NBA don't expand back to Seattle, come to Omaha.
I will say this, though. Getting out of the arena and then driving home way faster than I ever would have expected. So I guess I'll give them that because, John, a little hard to get out of our arena down here. It sucks. Same in the one in Lincoln.
The streetcar will make it better.
Oh, yeah. It'll make it all better.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. The streetcar to nowhere. Can't wait for 2037 or whenever that stupid thing's done.
That's going to be
that's when they're going to break
It'll be
ground
great.
on it, right?
That's when they'll take people down the street. And over here, there used to be a restaurant. And over here, there used to be a hotel. And over here, there used to be businesses. Now, we wiped it all out. But hey, you get a streetcar ride. Ding, ding.
I hope there's a bell.
Oh, if there's not a bell, then what the hell are we doing here? It's Michael Severe Monday.
Let's go. He'll be one of the three.
He'll be one of the three
One of the
people.
proud
He'll
three.
be one of the three
Might be.
people there at the spring game covering the spring game.
He's ready to go.
I'm sure he is.
He's ready.
1620 the zone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. First word is hash brown. You guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year? Michael already brings the color. I don't care about fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell. Michael's black.
Here he is, the pool reporter for the spring game on Saturday.
Yes.
Here. We're treating this basically like, how, most leagues treat the referees. You can't have all the reporters in there, but you get one pool reporter.
Uh-huh.
Michael gets to be the pool reporter who gets to ask all the questions. You might as well just bring your boys in from, Big Red Wrap Up and do the exclusive interview bit that you guys do every year, because it's going to be you. We've determined it's going to be you, Sam McEwen, and Mitch Sherman.
Mitch is not going to the basketball?
Nope. It's covering the spring game.
Okay, that's all right. I understand that. I too would rather cover the spring game. So I'll watch the basketball game on TV. It's on at night, right? So I'll be fine.
It is.
It's at nighttime. So I'll watch it then, and I'll go to the spring game and enjoy some football. Get to watch some of the new players that we haven't seen yet. All these transfer portal cats that are coming in. So yeah,
well, you have to introduce us to them all, because apparently nobody knows who these people are.
Yeah, so I saw a bunch of them when we went to practice. I tried to put eyes on as many as I could. The ones you really couldn't were the secondary, because they were so far on the other side of the practice field. You really couldn't see those guys. But everybody else, I got a pretty good look at. But I'm looking forward to seeing them actually in kind of a playing game atmosphere. So,
Michael, what should I do in Houston for fun or food? Is there any fun or food in Houston?
Here's the funny thing. Listen. I am now rejuvenated again when it comes to recruiting because of Tim Verghese. Okay. Yeah. Tim has gotten me back into being concerned about and listening.
Oh, and so he's the crack dealer. Okay.
Tough look for the other recruiting reporters that Michael apparently didn't like very much.
Tim has the ability to really get you engrossed into it again. And so I'm excited about it. I will tell you his opinion of Houston is that opinion you have of your town that you're from. Because Houston is a bad food town, and it always has been. And even the thing that they say they do best in terms of barbecue, they're the worst of the big towns in Texas. So San Antonio does barbecue better. Austin does much better. Dallas has better. Fort Worth has much better. Hell, you can go out to Lubbock. West Texas has better barbecue than Houston does. So anyway, Houston is a city that is way too big, always has been.
Yeah.
It really is about small communities. Like, you live in the Woodlands, you live in Spring, you live in Montrose, you live in Sugarland, you live in Pearland. You don't necessarily live in Houston, because Houston is just overwhelming. And so they don't do a lot of things well. One of the worst fan bases of any place I've ever lived in my life, Houston.
You're talking about general sports towns,
like not knowing about the sport, or being so down. You got to remember, before Houston was Clutch City, they posted Choke City because they lost the first two games of that series, right? And they against Phoenix. And so they posted up on Buffalo Speedway a big sign that said Choke City. Then they came back and won the series. They changed it to Clutch City. So this is a place where I remember walking up to this is with Warren Moon playing. They're playing Seattle in the wild card playoffs.
Yeah.
In the Astrodome, we walked up and bought tickets at the 40-yard line, about 3/4 of the way up, because they weren't sold out for that place. We used to go to Astros games. You'd walk in again, probably 5-10 minutes before the game. Wherever you wanted a ticket, baby, come on in. Come on and get a ticket. Now, I know they're better now. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. But it reminded me a lot of Atlanta, where a lot of people move there but aren't from there. And so they're fans of other things. And that's what Houston always reminded me of. Now, there's some fun stuff to do. There's great places to go out. The nightclub scene is great if you want to do that.
I know James Harden's a big fan of the nightclub scene.
Oh, well, that's the strip club scene. That's a different thing. So the strip club scene, right?
And the nightclub
place scene. Like Harlem Nights, Harlem Nights 2000. You go to a place like that where I went for my bachelor party. St. James is a great place to go and get a great prime rib in the middle of the day while watching women. But there's also great nightclubs, like places you want to go out and just dance and do X and stuff like that. So that's also there. What they do well in my opinion, is they have a lot of good Vietnamese food. They have a huge influx of Vietnamese people who move there, working in the shipping industry, both fishing, shrimping, and all that. And so they came there, and the Vietnamese seafood is great. It's called what do they call it? It's got Viet something, but they put like garlic sauce on top of the crawfish and they on top of the crab. It's so good. It's delicious. That I say that they do well, but other than that, not a big fan.
I just got a text from a listener.
Viet Cajun, that's what they call it.
Can't wait to see videos from the nightclub scene in Houston.
Did I tell you the story?
I'll be posting those on the Zone Twitter feed.
I was going to say,
trip.
the group that you're traveling with are the last people I would expect to see in a nightclub.
Did I tell you that? So the story when we went to about 3 or 4 different places for my bachelor party, right? We stopped at him. And the last one we went, the guy who was driving the limo, my buddy actually worked at a limo service. So they got us a limo. And we go to this place and it's called Harlem Nights, right?
Yeah.
And we walk in the door. And my buddy Billy's there. Billy says, to the woman, he walks in, he goes, "What's going on?" He's all excited. And she says, "You need to go to the VIP room, white boy." And Billy's like, "What happens in the VIP room?" And there are words that I can't say on the air that happened in the VIP room. And Billy was like, "What? How much?" Like that. And she's dropping money, like
credit cards,
totals, and everything. It was hilarious.
You to tell
that place
next time in person. I want to hear the words.
Yeah, when we left that place, the looks on everybody's face, except for like 3 people that had been there before and knew what to expect. It was like they had been to the deepest, darkest places on the planet. And they had not seen anything like that before.
It can be a dark place.
It was a very dark place. Harlem Nights that night was a very dark place. And then about a year later, a bunch of councilmen and legislators got busted in a big raid they had there. It was great. So funny.
It always happens that way, doesn't it?
That's the way it happens, So
gotta love those nightclubs. So where we talked about this several times in the weeks leading up to this. You have always been this. Hey, they just needed to win the first game. They just needed to win the first game. But what did winning the second game do for taking this story to another level?
And I had confidence in. I will tell you, I'm in first place in several brackets because I went with the Big Ten theory of the Big Ten teams.
Are you doing the TBL bracket? Is that why you're in first place?
TBL bracket? No, we don't have a TBL. I'm in a couple different brackets, but the big one I'm in is this. I'm number 1 out of 68 people that are in this one bracket that I'm in. 68. Yes, yep. And I'm also in. We also got the elimination bracket, which I love. So I've got my first 4 right. So I got to get my Sweet 16 pick. What it's done is it showed what I said to you guys last week. The Big Ten is a strong, prove it to you conference, and no one experienced that as much as Nebraska did. Played everybody, played some really good teams on the road too, some really good wins, and it got them prepared to play. It didn't matter what the competition was, whether it would have been a Florida or obviously an Iowa or what they did against Vanderbilt. And so I think this just proved what we knew when they went 20-0 and what we knew during parts of the season, that this is a really good ball club. They've got weird little pieces that all fit together. The line that everyone used that first 2 months of the season was they're connected. And they are so incredibly connected, especially on defense, where they make you look bad. It's incredible that Vanderbilt hit 10 threes in the second half. I haven't seen anybody shoot that well. And they were covered shots. Guys were in their face and they were hitting shots. And then they got rebounded in the second half. But they were so connected late in the game that's why they won it. And we saw multiple games. They were like that against Michigan State. They were like that the first time they played Illinois. They were like that when they didn't need it against Wisconsin, but they were like that in a number of games. And so it wasn't a surprise to me. And all that did was win the second game. And I thought they would get to the Sweet 16 based off of their draw. All it did was say, yes, everything we saw during the season, everything that we saw during early Big Ten play, non-conference play was right. We weren't wrong about what we saw all that time.
Michael, you got here in the early 2000s.
Yep.
So I don't remember if you saw the second College World Series team, but I know you saw the third one.
I saw 2005.
You saw 05s. You've seen national championship volleyball teams.
Mhm.
Obviously, football's taken a hit. You've seen Creighton go on their run in recent years. Like, where do you place this in terms of what you've been able to cover in your time in Omaha?
Well, it's always different when you're not there, you know?
Sure.
And so, I obviously wasn't there. I was, for the first part, I was in Costa Rica watching on ESPN3, which, yes, is in Spanish.
Okay.
And so I know all the ways that Nebraska's names sound with Spanish accents to them. They don't necessarily sound the same. But yeah, so I didn't experience like I normally. I always say there's about 3 or 4 different events that I was at that I say stand out above all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned 2005 College World Series. I was there at 5 a.m. because they were doing the lottery. Did the lottery for people who wanted those tickets. They wanted to exchange their general admission for reserve seats or get extra ones.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time that game came around, you know, we had done a morning show. Kevin was in the booth. Home run hit early. Crowds going nuts. Husker Power chant started, and it was just incredible. And I remember being up in one of the booths, which was great about Rosenblatt, and just taking that in. You know, hair was standing up, and it was incredible. And then I mentioned the Colorado one always, the 2019 Colorado, about just the energy it felt like in that stadium. Obviously didn't finish very well. Other than that, for ones that I've been to, this is probably, and I haven't been to this one, but in terms of what it felt like watching it on TV, this is next. This felt next. Even more so than 2009, the Big 12 championship game, and definitely 2010, which didn't have much energy. Didn't feel like to me in that stadium at all for that game.
No,
but really the 2005 College World Series, that experience, and then 2019 being in Colorado, listening to that, and then we're sitting there on the couch watching that game. And first of all, you guys know my wife, Chris,
Mm-hmm.
the one who always knows what's going to happen in TV shows.
Yes.
So Frager makes the shot. They're celebrating. She looks at me. She goes, "What are they doing? Why are they celebrating? You know this. They're going to go down and shoot a long shot. It's probably going to go in." And I said, "Jinx, you're a jinx." And obviously it almost did. But we were sitting there all around the TV. My mom's there. You know, we've all have goosebumps, and the energy inside that building was incredible. And everybody stood up for the last 9 minutes or 10 minutes. Everybody was standing, and I'm reading, you know, Jack being just the worst fan in America about how they're obviously going to lose this, and the referee's going to take it from him, and it's just like, and I'm like, dude, what kind of who? I liked his dad. Got a chance to meet his dad. Wonderful man, but he certainly didn't raise Jack to be this way. He couldn't have been, because he's so pessimistic in moments where you should not be. It's so weird. But anyway, so dealing with all of that in the second screen of Twitter, it was incredible to be around. And the funniest part about it is they go to zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll never forget sitting in, I believe it was called Legends. It was a sports bar in Lincoln. And Kevin and I are in that sports bar watching Nebraska play Texas. It's the same day as the really big Army All-American game where Nebraska had all those people down there. Remember that? Yeah. And so we're sitting there before that came on watching this Texas game. And Nebraska's playing well. And Barry Collier's kryptonite, Texas went zone. Nebraska didn't score for like 10 minutes. And throughout the history of me being here, how many times have teams done that to Nebraska and get shut out? And to see Nebraska do that, the level of irony in that was incredible. Nebraska goes zone, something that's killed them over the years. Killed them against Baylor. Remember against Baylor? Same thing. Couldn't do anything against the zone. So yeah, I thought that's the highlight of the night for me, that Nebraska goes to a defense that forever has destroyed them playing basketball.
I was a little torn as I was watching the Iowa-Florida game.
I was not at all. I was cheering hard for Iowa.
Well,
cheering so hard for Iowa.
Well, I and the reason I'm saying torn a little bit, and I was thinking of, okay, which is going to be, there's no question. You play that game 10 times, Iowa probably only wins 2, maybe 3. Okay.
I don't know, man. Florida, you watch Florida much this year? That's the game they lose. They lost a bunch of games like that where they got punched.
Right.
And because of their point guard play and how they're prone to turn the ball over and how they'll go cold shooting, they've lost games like this, despite being a team that everybody's talking about being number one seed. They lost some games they shouldn't have lost.
But I was thinking of it in terms of, okay, how are they going to match up against Nebraska?
Right? Oh, yeah.
And so sometimes there's an idea of, preparing for Nebraska when you have never seen them before, the way they play defense, that would have been on Florida's plate. Well, guess what? Iowa's seen him twice, and they've seen him twice in the last month.
Yep.
Right.
Nice game, buddy.
And then there is that gritty defensive side to Iowa,
which they showed yesterday,
that sometimes makes you go. So from the storyline perspective,
that's it.
Awesome that it's Iowa.
Insane.
Awesome.
I was cheering for a storyline.
But if you're just looking at the matchup and what's the best path to winning, I almost think it would have been better for Florida to win.
I believe, first of all, I was cheering for the storyline.
Oh yeah, I was too.
Third time, the hate between the two groups, people's family members. It's just an incredible storyline. It's the one where when they're trying to figure it out in that room, somebody in that room goes, "Oh, we probably should put Iowa here because they could meet in the Sweet 16."
That'd be pretty crazy, wouldn't
it? And everybody else goes, "Right." But they could, right? They could, and they did. I think if Florida beats Iowa, that's a different Florida team you get against Nebraska.
I agree.
You get a team that survived, and they look at Nebraska, and I think they athlete them. I believe they do that to them in the game, especially in the paint. Now that you get Iowa, obviously Iowa knows them better, but it's an even matchup. You can almost write down that it's going to be a 6-point game or a 4-point game with 3 minutes left. You almost know it is. I think Florida could have gotten at Nebraska coming off of surviving a game, and they would have come out and I think they would have handled Nebraska. I think no one's really handled them outside of the UCLA game in the second half of some games at Purdue. Yeah, I think they would have beaten them by double digits. Put it that way. So yeah. I think I like the matchup with Iowa.
Michael, I was thinking about it this morning. So, a few years ago, we got that Carolina-Duke Final Four game, which was the first time they'd ever met. And it was like, wow, that is pretty crazy. And I was thinking, Nebraska never won a game, let alone two, to get to the Sweet 16. This will undoubtedly be the biggest game that these two teams ever play in basketball. Yeah. And barring Nebraska football getting its act together, can make an argument this will be the biggest sporting event these two teams ever play against each other. In this rivalry, this is going to be number one. It's going to be hard to top this one moving forward.
Didn't they play? Now, I know this is not the same, but didn't they play the final weekend a couple years ago for Nebraska baseball to win the Big Ten? Didn't they have to beat Iowa at the end of the season?
I believe so.
2 years ago, I believe, to win the Big Ten, which obviously doesn't add up at all to what this is. Volleyball, they've never taken a set, I don't believe, from Nebraska volleyball, so you're not going to have that.
Yeah.
And then obviously we know football. You had some fun games, but if Nebraska would have beaten Iowa when they were 11-0 to
knock them out of the
one win, knock them out of the Big Ten championship game, that was you had a possibility there, but that obviously didn't happen in the second half. Yeah, this is huge. This is
awesome.
This is one of those things where in 20 years. When we reference things, like we're sitting here referencing last week we were referencing that game in Missouri and Kansas City, right, where they played Oklahoma State. You're going to reference this. You're going to be talking about it. You go, remember that time, man, 2026. Maybe you won't remember the year. All you'll say is, remember that Sweet 16 game against Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Either way.
No matter which way it goes.
You're going to be talking about it. So I'm glad that happened for the storyline. I remember Tom Chattel, one of the first people I ever heard say this. He goes, we don't cheer for teams, we cheer for stories. Mm-hmm. And they got the perfect story. This is a week. You only get 4 days, essentially. The Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to write, or talk about it. But it's an intense 4 days.
But it's not even just the familiarity breeds contempt. It's the Sanford storyline.
Cool.
And then you look at the head coaches.
Yes.
McCollum and Hoiberg are very different cats, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying there's disrespect there, but Iowa kind of brings this little piss and vinegar attitude, whereas Nebraska's just kind of level, low key, just do our thing.
Well, Fred was the mayor of a town. I believe that McCollum would be like the alderman of a city, right? He wouldn't be the mayor. This is a guy who was in Division II basketball for like 15 years.
Yep.
Fred finishes playing and immediately has an NBA career,
Yep.
and immediately gets a big job at Iowa State, then goes from there to Bulls. You got a guy sitting in Division II for all those years going,
Yep.
hey, I'm winning championships. Anybody want me?
Got this chip on his shoulder. Yeah,
they're pretty different. Yeah.
very different. So
And both good coaches, both very good coaches.
all of that blending together. And then, of course, the history, because, for Iowa, it's been a long time since they've been.
I didn't realize it until
this
Mitch said it,
far.
what, 99?
Yeah.
99, yep.
And people forget Iowa, they did make a Final Four, was it 80, 81?
Right. They
Something like
had the Roy Marble year where they got into the Elite Eight. They were good.
Right.
They were really good.
So Iowa's had some success, but it's been quite a while for them. So there's a generation of Iowa fans who have been waiting for this moment.
Yeah.
As there are generations of Nebraska fans who have been waiting for this moment. So you have all of those things blending together. There's a part of me that wishes this were in Kansas City.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that would be insane.
Just to make it even more interesting, because there's going to be some people where it's like the cost is way too prohibitive, or
And
the
it's too
travel,
far away.
the travel is too far away. That said, I am very confident Nebraska is going to be very well represented there. But it would have been even more interesting if you could have had people basically fighting on I-29.
Well, I wish it was Chicago. I mean, that's what we all thought it was going to be, right? We all thought it was going to be the Midwest, and they were going to go to Chicago. And there's so many Nebraska fans in Chicago. Now, I was telling this to somebody who's not from Nebraska, doesn't know Nebraska, and I was like, "Listen, dude, the two of the three largest alumni associations for Nebraska are in Texas."
Yes,
right. And so those people who live in Texas are going to go. People are going to jump on the interstate and do that 14-hour drive or fly down or whatever else. So I know it's not going to be what it was in Oklahoma City. I understand that, where 90% of the fans are going to be, but it's still going to be a huge number. And don't believe that the Houston Cougars are the Houston Cougars of Phi Slamma Jamma. They're not bringing out fan bases like that, right? Illinois is not sending a bunch of damn people. Iowa may. Nebraska is the fan base that have the fans that would do that. The other ones don't. Even the people in Houston didn't go to Houston. Okay? They just didn't. And so I believe Nebraska's still going to have that place filled with red. It's still going to be 60, 70%.
Do you think it'll be more Nebraska fans than any of the other fan bases?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And that's being in Houston.
Yeah.
The reason why Houston took so long to get into a major conference was the fan base and alumni. Always has been. They were in a big. Harris County is either the third or fourth biggest county in the country.
Yes.
Right. They should have been in long time ago with population, schools, but they just didn't have the people that were really interested in paying the money and investing the time. Baylor did. In that little old Waco, they had the money, the time, and the political power. Houston never did.
No.
It's just not a place where you hear people talk about, U of H. Not since 1982, 83, 84.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not
That's
the same.
kind of funny because, the first impression I always got of Houston was thinking of the old Oiler fans and, love you blue and all that other stuff. And that was around the same time as Phi Slamma Jamma. And so to hear about how Houston's kind of fallen off a little bit, I know the Astros have had some success and they obviously fill their ballpark.
They lost their television deal, John.
I know.
You couldn't even watch their games. One of my best friends, Tim, who is from North Dakota but lived in Houston for a long time, became a huge Astros fan. He was so mad that he couldn't watch games in his house.
That's
now
crazy.
they live in North Dakota where he can watch his Astros, right? But he couldn't watch them when he lived like 40 minutes away from the stadium. That's who they are as a fans.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But I do understand it. I do understand.
Michael, last one from me. Is there a possibility that Greg McDermott is actually underrated in terms of what he did at Creighton as a head coach?
If you are saying he's underrated, it's your own fault. That would be, it's like saying, the Drover is a certain rating for you. You have that because you have your own feeling about that place. If you just look at what Greg McDermott did, and if you look at where they were when I got here in 2002 to where they were when they entered the Big East to where they have been the last 5 years, taking this year out, how could you say he's overrated or even under? He is properly rated. He's the best coach in the history of the program. He's the winningest coach in the history of the program. He's one of the best coaches in Big East history, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah.
That's saying a hell of a lot because you got one of the best coaches right now, whether when he was at Providence or now that he's, at St. John's. We know what Louis did, and we know what all those guys did, UConn and Providence. This is one of the best coaches in the history of the Big East. And in terms of offense and calling plays out of timeouts, he's one of the best top 5, 6, or 7 ever. And talk to basketball coaches about what Coach McDermott is in terms of a technician, a coach, and as a play caller, and they will all say the same thing. He's one of the best ever.
Well, that CBS did that preseason survey talking with all the other coaches, and 3 guys were at the top of the list, and Greg McDermott was one of them.
I always go through my uncle, and I ask him about somebody when they first get here. And I remember what he said about Doc Sadler. Doc Sadler. But he had praises for McDermott, even though he was essentially coming off of, struggles. But still talked about him well, and that's what he was when he got it. And it's been hard. It's not easy. Look at all the teams that have walked into conferences that have more athleticism or talent than them, and look how they struggled. It happened pretty quickly. He went out and got longer, and he went out and got more athletes on the edge, at the 3, the 4 spots. And then obviously what happened, building some of these guys into what they build. That's where he's underrated. As a developer of talent, a developer of a person in Ryan Kalkbrenner, who as a freshman couldn't run up and down the court more than twice before going to the bench. From there to being the greatest defensive player in Big East history. And I say that as a big fan of Patrick Ewing, right?
Yeah.
Look at some of the other guys that came in the first year, maybe didn't look great. And by the second year in the program were all Big East, right? He is a great developer, and he's such a people. I just remember last year we were at the dog track and not the dog track at the Horseman's Park. And I was putting in a bet on something, and I look over and there's Mac, right? And he's standing next to me, and I'm like, you know how this thing works, man? And he looked at me and goes, yeah, you got this button over here, this button over here. And he's like, it was cool, And what he did for the pink out, that's underrated as one of the greatest things that happens in this city every year. So yeah, my feelings about Creighton, but I'll tell you, my feelings about Coach Mack is he's just incredibly great at what he's done and what he does. And we should never forget what these 16 years were like.
The 5 Big East coaches who have more Big East wins than Greg McDermott are Jim Boeheim, Jim Calhoun, Jay Wright, John Thompson, Rick Pitino.
Yeah.
That's the list.
And I'm sure, I know Calhoun was there longer than he was, but most of those guys are. Yeah, I know Boeheim was more than 20 years. Yeah. Calhoun should have been more than 20 years.
Wright was there longer. JT was there longer.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Patino is about the same amount of time because you add the Providence. There were, I think, Louisville. When he was at Louisville, they were still in the Big East, right?
Yeah.
And now at St. John's.
Yeah.
But that's it. That is the list.
It's incredible to think about. As long as, you talk about how good they were in the 80s and the late 70s, the Big East was, and then this resurgence with Connecticut and what that's been. He's a legend. They should be building a statue right now. They should have already started. Where's the ground? Where's it going to go? Where does it move? One of those damn clowns. Move one of them stupid clowns out of the way.
Good idea.
And put his statue right there. One of those stupid clowns.
Maybe they'll do even something better and name a streetcar.
I was wondering if we'd get
a streetcar after.
Just name one.
No,
of
I
those.
I don't think he wants that.
Streetcar. Exactly.
I don't think he wants a streetcar.
Hey, by the way, Michael, before you leave, so he made reference to this random Nebraska-Texas game where they throw the zone at Nebraska and it melts their brains and they lose. And he goes, yeah, it was the same day of the Army All-American Bowl game, Bill Callahan's that first class. So I look up the 2004-2005 Nebraska basketball season. And sure enough, Saturday, January 15th, the same day as the Army All-American Bowl. What a pull from your brain, Michael. 63-53, Nebraska loses to Texas.
I didn't go out to eat a lot with Kevin. So it's like there weren't a whole lot of times.
Yeah, that's true.
There wasn't a lot. There wasn't a lot.
You know what I remember about that U.S. Army game was because Jordan Congdon was kicking.
Yeah.
And they were all excited about Jordan Congdon. And I remember when he kicked the extra point, I was like, damn, that's a low kick.
Little limp noodle of a kick.
That was kind of it was kind of like just a baby little teardrop floater. It's like, I hope he's got a stronger leg than that. Narrator, he did not have a stronger leg.
Remember, that's also the game where the kid that went to Cal, does the flip and comes up short in the end zone. He's flipping to the end zone. Sean Jackson.
And then he dropped the ball in the pros when
he dropped the ball in the pros. Do the same thing. Yeah, he did. He did it at Cal too. He did it at Cal. Yeah. Deshaun Jackson was consistent.
That dude loves not scoring touchdowns.
Not scoring touchdowns. He loves being fast and not scoring touchdowns.
He was fast.
Incredible.
He was fast.
Yeah.
All right, there he is, Michael Severe Monday. Thank you, Michael. Thanks for the little travel log for Josh. I suppose you'll just be eating at Sonic or.
Listen, man, try places. The Viet Cajun stuff is delicious.
Yeah.
I cannot praise. I don't know if you're as anti seafood as John is.
Love
but
seafood.
if you're not, you'll love it.
Okay.
It comes in these bags with the different sauces and how hot you want it. Don't get too over aggressive with the heat.
Behind the bag.
Okay. All right. I'll hit you up if I have any questions.
All right. Sounds good. If you get in trouble, I got people I could call.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you.
Oh, you mean the city councilman who got busted at the
No. I got other people that are, I got people that are gonna help you out.
He's a good friend.
Good. Yeah. All right.
See you, Michael.
All right, see you guys.
Michael Severe, Mondays here on 1620 The Zone. Let's see. We got
content
coming.
We never got to the basketball is March Madness dead thing.
Well, let's do that tomorrow.
Got that tomorrow.
Let's do that
people
tomorrow.
Are saying, Nick. That's what they're saying.
You know what else is coming tomorrow? Mike Fell.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this.
It's baseball week, man.
It's basketball season.
Baseball's here, man. Baseball starts soon.
It's basketball season.
This week, man. Wednesday. Yankees, Giants.
Nick, go search in the system. We still might have it baseball week. It might be in there somewhere.
And
you
could extend your love of the great national pastime over to Underdog.
You can indeed.
Where you can pick your favorite players on stats like home runs or runs allowed or strikeouts. Or in the case of the basketball and the tournament of great significance, pick your favorite players, whether they go higher or lower on points, rebounds, assists, and more. And you can win a lot of money, up to 5,000 times your money. Oh, and did I mention you can play Underdog in Nebraska all the way to the Panhandle, the big, thick, hard-to-hold Panhandle.
Very hard to hold.
From Sydney and Scottsbluff to Omaha and Elkhorn. You can play Underdog, and we're going to get you jump-started.
Indeed, John. Download the app. Put in our promo code 1620 The Zone. That's the jump start because you can score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Do so today, whether it's with baseball coming in the midweek or, of course, that tournament of great significance starting again on Thursday. Promo code 1620 The Zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Oh, I should mention that the Omaha Food Fight, presented by Union Bank and Trust, the Savory 16 is underway. And once again, we'll cut the field in half as third round voting ends after Wednesday.
Oh,
Then it will be the Edible 8. Go vote now for your favorite restaurant at 1620thezone.com. It's the Omaha Food Fight presented by Union Bank and Trust.
hello, Nick.
Hello.
I would love to hear you ask us some questions.
Would you like to hear me, Nick, ask a question, or would you like to hear Mick talk about something that's a part
get
of...
asked a question?
Yes, that one.
You figured it out.
Mick Cronin, that is.
Hmm.
And UCLA season came to an end last night. Sad. Which led to this question and answer in his post-game presser.
Do you feel like anything needs to change with the approach, roster construction, or the way you're...
Yeah, I have no... Right now, I'm worried about tonight, consoling the guys.
We'll stay here in the front row.
I'd like about $5 more million. There's my answer.
What's your favorite part of that
it's
video?
easily the either the pipe
That is the best part.
or whatever got
Every
dropped in the
time.
background. That is
Like.
that is the best, because I mean, hearing Mick Cronin whining again about something or being gruff or being short
That
with
we had
somebody.
to travel.
I mean,
no more travel.
you know, I need $5 million more. I need this. I
Are
need
you
that.
raising your voice at me?
But the pipe
You
drop,
raising your voice at me?
the pipe drop was the best.
I saw that clip this morning and I laughed so hard. I mean, the $5 million quip at the end's pretty funny too, because he's like, I don't have an answer, and then he answers it anyway.
Right.
But the pipe drop is perfection.
I like his timing after the pipe drop.
It honestly, it's very good comedic timing.
Mhm.
He is a funny dude.
He
He
is.
complains all the time, but he's a funny dude.
ESPN ranked the remaining NCAA tournament teams with Arizona, Michigan, and Duke going 1, 2, and 3, and St. John's and UConn coming in at 9 and 10. And your Nebraska Cornhuskers at 13. Iowa was only in front of Texas. Does that sound about right?
Honestly, John didn't have a whole lot to quip with this. I think after what we saw from the Duke Blue Devils, I know that they played better in their second game, but they did not look very good in their first game. Meanwhile, Arizona, mostly romp. Certainly their first game, mostly a romp last night over Utah State. Very much romps for Michigan in their first couple. So I agree with them. There's a part of me that thinks St. John's is going to pull it off versus Duke on Friday night, though. So I think that they might be a little low. I was very curious to see where Nebraska ended up. I think 13 is fine, even though, given that the one of the teams is 13 and Iowa's 15, one of those teams is going to move on no matter what to the Elite Eight. So they have a better chance than that, even though this is just a straight power ranking.
The teams I would put behind Nebraska are in no particular order.
Okay.
Michigan State. Iowa.
Yep.
Tennessee.
Oh. Texas?
Texas.
So that's what, 4 teams?
Yeah.
What about Iowa State with the injury situation, even though they have played very well since what's his name went out?
No, I'll still keep Iowa State ahead.
So what's that? You had them at 12 then? You have 4 teams behind
yeah.
them, I think? Okay, yeah. Sounds about right.
Kentucky's 19-point loss in an 82-63 defeat against Iowa State was Kentucky's largest defeat in an NCAA tournament game since 1972.
That's a long time ago.
John, you were like 50. Meanwhile, another John, Calipari that is back in the second weekend of the dance for the second time in 2 years. How should UK, not that one, fans feel about all of this?
And that's not even mentioning, John, that Kentucky reportedly, and Tate Frazier from The Ringer was on with Matt earlier today, and he said, look, I don't think that the number was as big as 22 million. But still, their roster has been associated with $22 million.
It just goes to show you that just because you spend a lot doesn't mean you get a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that is going to be something that everybody has been and will continue to deal with, because you got people chasing money right now, and sometimes after that chase, their motivation's a little bit down. They maybe don't blend with the program. I mean, you got the whole speed dating aspect of the portal. It's a crapshoot. So just because you spend a lot of money doesn't mean you're going to win, unless that money you spend is on truly proven commodities or your own people that you've already developed.
Yeah.
Right? Because you could go out and spend $10 million on a roster, but if it's to make sure, hey, I'm keeping my 5th-year center or I'm keeping my 3rd-year point guard. But if you're spending a lot of money and getting a lot of people from the outside, you're rolling the dice a little bit because of all of the speed dating aspect. You don't really know what you're getting unless you maybe were recruiting these kids in the past. It's hard. And so what should Kentucky fans feel? First of all, I thought Calipari I think that ship had sailed.
Time to move on.
It was time for both sides to move on.
Stale.
Now, whether or not Kentucky made the right move,
that was the thing I
didn't
like to hire.
But I don't think this necessarily means that Coach Cal would have had Kentucky back in, Final Four contention, like he has Arkansas in Final Four contention. I think that relationship was getting tired.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. So instead of adding more words for no reason, I'll just read what Jordan writes. And who was Kentucky's coach in 1972?
Designated Hitler.
Adolph Rupp.
Dolph gets woke.
Why would you not just change your name?
Nick, I think Mr. Rupp was A-okay with that name. Forgot about
Well, he was also an adult when Mr. H was doing his thing.
Famously can't change your name when you're an adult.
That's actually the best time to change your name.
Mm-hmm.
Nick is thinking of changing his name.
And it was spelled differently.
It was.
Kansas's Bill Self did not know if he coached his last game yesterday. I'll get back and get with family and visit and see what's going on, Self said. I love what I do. I need to be able to do it where I'm feeling good and healthy to do it fairly well. Have we seen Bill Self's last game at KU?
I believe we have. And we've said as much. I mean, the health scares he's had have been pretty scary.
Yes.
And this is a stressful position. And I'm not saying he looks old, but it definitely is shown up a little bit more on his face.
I agree. I saw some highlights of maybe it was the mid teens or whatever you call it, 2015. Let's just say it's 10 years ago. And I was pretty stunned by how different he looks.
I hope it's I think it'll be the end. I also hope it's the end because, the last thing we need is some kind of he's missed games because of.
He missed games like a month and a half ago.
He's missed games because of his health scare. So, I know it's hard to get out of, and he, like Mac, is still a relatively young guy, but he's probably got more reasons than anybody to get out now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think it is going to be the end. I think it should be the end as well. And, I don't think we have a North Carolina question coming up, but pretty wild if both of those schools open up in the same offseason. Two of the bluest blue bloods that you will find in the sport.
Yeah.
They went to the championship, 4 years ago, and now could have new coaches. In North Carolina, for them, it would be because they're ready to move on from Hubert Davis, whereas Kansas, it would just be because of Bill Self and his age and his health.
After a 4-1 week, which saw them win 2 of 3 at Michigan, Nebraska baseball has cracked the D1 baseball top 25. Are we going to have to prepare for the Huskers in the College World Series too?
I don't know. I almost need to know what the Slice thinks about Nebraska and how good they are.
I guess we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow.
Wants to talk about Nebraska.
I've talked about them.
I'll say no, but I'd love to be wrong. That'd be pretty cool. Me on the sidelines talking skirts.
There will be a College World Series for Nebraska.
You said, my bad.
There will be a College World Series, a women's College World Series.
Ooh-wee. Hello.
But yes, Nebraska baseball playing very well right now. 32nd in the RPI. 42nd in the Diamond Sports rankings.
Screw the Diamond Sports ranking.
What the hell do they know?
Yeah, what the hell? I don't like those guys.
I'm just surprised. Nope, I'm not going to say it. Never mind.
Okay.
I'll keep that down.
All right.
Shohei Ohtani's World Baseball Classic jersey. Nope, not the one he wore when his team won, but the one from the team that lost the World Baseball Classic went for $1.5 million at auction. Why would somebody pay this much for a losing uniform top?
I know why. Because it was John that bought it because he wants to celebrate him losing the baseball game.
John.
You hater, John.
It's like those people who bought Nikes and burned them. You still bought them.
You still bought the Nikes, or you bought them and then you drank Kool-Aid and you laid down in a bed.
I want to know why. I mean,
what's up? Why you bought it?
Why?
Sometimes you have too much money.
Because Shohei's sweating it, John.
Sometimes you have
Apparently,
too much money.
people do have too much money.
Spread the wealth, says John.
I might understand if this was like a Dodgers World Series worn game jersey, but this
baseball classic, it's a pretend tournament that no one cares about.
That's not true. People
That's
do
not true.
care.
No one cared about it until like 2 weeks ago when suddenly it was on my timeline every day.
No Americans cared about it until 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Every other country cares.
I'm happy it's basketball season still.
It's baseball season this week.
No.
Can't wait to talk to Mike Farron.
Oh my gosh.
The NCAA Football Oversight Committee has recommended lifting the probationary period for new teams entering the FBS. That means North Dakota State and Sacramento State would be eligible for FBS postseason this year instead of waiting the customary 2 years. This could be rather significant, especially for the Bison.
Yes, it could, because some people think they could walk right in with the schedule that they're playing and maybe win.
That would be wild. I think that they will be picked to make the playoff. I don't know if I will be that bold. I don't know if I can be that bold.
I put it on the list. North Dakota State will make a bowl game if this passes.
Bowl game, not the playoff. Just a bowl game?
Bowl game.
Okay. NDSU will make a bowl game.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we wrap this up.
We'd have to go to different format now, John. Different clock.
It's not that different.
It's pretty different.
NDSU will make a bowl game.
They will make a bowl game.
Do you want to play that little quip that you had in the
No.
thing? You want to do that next segment? We can
We'll
do it
do-
after dinner.
Well, we'll see.
Okay. See if
We'll
we have time.
see.
All right.
We got dinner coming up. The Grum on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It was a perfect day for ribs on Saturday.
It was still warm, right?
Oh, it was 95 degrees.
Sounds like Oklahoma City.
Yeah. So I came up with a new gimmick for making the ribs.
Also something bad?
No, it turned out great. It was good.
What'd you do?
I call them my 4 corners ribs.
What does that mean?
Are you going to elaborate?
Yeah. Because, the grill sometimes doesn't cook evenly. The smoker sometimes didn't. So I rotated, and I put them on each of the corners, upper shelf, lower shelf.
Mm-hmm.
So I just rotated them clockwise every 40 minutes. Just
Ooh, that sounds good.
Does sound good.
Was it good?
And it was delicious. It was a good rib. It's a good rib.
Was that dinner or was that a...
that was dinner on Saturday.
Dinner? Oh,
yesterday, we went out to our favorite Mexican place.
Hell yeah. You have a mark?
I did.
Hell yeah.
And
brother.
Carne asada burrito.
Ooh,
Carne asada.
Carne asada.
Oh, our
I
new
need some
listeners on
carne
97.7. Carne asada.
I'd like 1 quesadilla, please.
Don't get a quesadilla. That is the bang is not worth the buck. I'm sorry.
My radio son should be here any moment now. We are going to the movie. We are getting there early though because there's a restaurant at the movie. Buffalo chicken wrap. Riss is ordering our food so we can get there, eat, get the popcorn, and get into the movie and not have any concerns.
And then you get to try special popcorn.
Oh yeah, with Matt's goo or whatever he said earlier. A little worried.
A lot of butter,
Yeah, the way he described it today. I mean, last week when he described it, first, why are you adding so much damn salt to the popcorn? The popcorn's already got salt on it.
I agree.
No, there'll be a little salt on it. You got to add salt to the popcorn.
You don't have to add salt to the popcorn.
If you have
They've
butter,
already
that's
salted it.
But the butter masks it, so you need a little extra salt.
The butter's got salt in it.
Now you need a little more salt.
Oh, good grief.
Nick?
Saturday, my buddy's wedding, he had these incredible chicken enchiladas with the green salsa and barbacoa. It was so good.
Okay.
Last night we did steak, and then Paige made the the tiny baby potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
She put them with garlic, made them in the air fryer, put Parmesan cheese on the top, smushed them a bit, and then finished it in the oven.
That sounds fun. I like that.
Steak.
What's tonight?
Tacos.
Tacos. Wow. Look at that. We all knew. No, wait. Did you even say what you're having tonight?
I don't know what. I don't know what.
That's why he tried to divert with the 4 corners ribs.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't know. I mean,
those ribs do sound good.
Sometimes I don't know what I'm having for dinner.
I know we joked about a little bit how, there's a reason why you didn't, have to travel this week because Creighton didn't make the tournament. Did you just really enjoy the heck out of the Thursday, Friday? Because you have not had this. I get it every year where I'm sitting on the couch watching ball all day. Did you enjoy the hell out of it? While being sad, of course, that your team wasn't there.
It was good.
I bet it was fun.
It was good. It was good. There was a lot of blowouts, but
top for tomorrow.
For the most part.
Yeah,
for
good
the
time.
most part, it was pretty good. Like I said, I got a lot of stuff done, and the dog was very happy. And
good. The new dog or the old dog or both dogs?
Both dogs.
Good.
It's good. You want Happy Wood.
Yeah, Wood decided to pee on the stairs today. That was
the Wood peed?
Yeah, the Wood pee.
Classic.
Gets everywhere.
I mean,
when the Wood pees, it gets everywhere.
I know about those morning peas too, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Still working with him on that.
Got to show your wood how to aim.
He'll figure it out.
Someday.
Got to lean over.
Someday.
Really far. Lean over.
8 tomorrow. Mike Farron is
back.
back.
Put it back on
baseball.
It's baseball season.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.